Guten Morgen hier auf dem Nürburgring und zu Hause an den Endgeräten. Hier ist es momentan noch relativ leise. Nur ein paar Fahrzeuge in der Boxengasse. Die Strecke ist noch komplett leer. Da vorne wird noch gekehrt. Aber hier Startziel, alles frei. Das wird sich in 10 Minuten ändern. Allerdings nur 13 Grad die Streckentemperatur. Ich habe da gerade mal auf dem Thermometer geschaut. Also noch ist es etwas kalt. Die Sonne ist aber draußen. Hoffentlich bleibt uns der Hagel von gestern verschont, aber hochdramatische Szenen schon gestern am Freitag. Und umso mehr freue ich mich, euch allen auf der Tribüne guten Morgen sagen zu können. Hallo! Na wunderbar, so können wir doch reinstarten in einen Freitag. Und der ist pickepacke voll. Top Qualifying 1, 2 und 3 liegt an. Das Ganze begleite ich hier unten aus
The slight confusing factor about this session is that, as I've mentioned, the 5 cars that are already into top qualifying 3 are permitted to run for the next 30 minutes, but they won't be taking up one of those qualification spots for top qualifying 2. So if they feature in the top 20 positions, we're going to have to go down to 25th fastest. And that's where the bubble is, the crucial bit of, we're not really that bothered about who's going to be quickest in top qualifying 2. It's those that just make it and those that just fall out. I'll give you the list of those that are already through, by the way. The number 1 BMW from Rover Racing, the 16 Shera Sport PHX Audi, the 45 Realized Condo Racing Ferrari, the KCMG Mercedes AMG, which is number 47, and the 84 Red Bull Team at Lamborghini. Their positions in top qualifying 3 already confirmed because of results earlier in the year. So we're looking for an additional, well, ultimately 7 places. So it'll be 44 cars down to 20, and then then 7 cars to be added to the 5 we already have, which will mean there'll be 12 in top qualifying 3. And the format for top qualifying 3 is very different. That is not single lap qualifying. You get 2 goes at it, but you get the Nordschleife completely to yourself, and they're waved off one by one at 15-second intervals. That will be top qualifying 3. But back to the matter in hand, 30 minutes on the clock, and 49 cars potentially now plunging their way out onto the Grand Prix track. You could loop around for a few times on the Grand Prix track before braving it down hats and back. We'll see how many decide to do that.
Yeah, so these are the cars from predominantly SP9 and then 3 other classes as well. SPX, SP Pro, pretty similar to SP9. An AT1, which is alternative technology, but that is an Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, so very much like some of the ones in SP9. But as the field, it was a thunderburst of cars coming out. They go dry track. We haven't had one of these for a while, and out they go. Lion Speed GP, one of their 2 cars, leading the way out onto the track. And the car that's drawing so much attention follows it out. So number 3 Mercedes, nothing out of the ordinary, but it's Winward Racing, and it's the car entered by Verstappen.com. It's drawn a lot of attention. But now this is the point at which they have to start delivering.
I mean, it's understandable. I think it's fabulous. I mean, you know, I think I said yesterday, it's only this weekend I've become disappointed that Lando Norris won the World Championship in Formula 1 last season, because wouldn't it be great to have in sports cars a current Formula 1 World Champion? Bruce, you and I are old enough to remember when those days were those times were very common, when the Formula 1 drivers would be making some money by racing a sports car.
Yeah.
Well, it's fabulous to see. He's just a racer. He wants to race. I bet he races a supermarket trolley around the cold meats when he goes shopping. There's no question he's taking a racing line through the tin stuff, onto the cereals, and into the bakery section. There's no question. And I wonder if he's got the stopwatch to see what sort of lap times he does each shop.
Story of life, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Always ends at the bakery section.
Well, yours and mine does.
But dry track is the absolute key here. And just remember, the growth of GT3 over the last 20 years has just been phenomenal, and what it's done all the time, each year, the level, Johnny, at the top gets tighter and tighter and tighter in terms of lap times. And if you're new to the Nürburgring, it's quite a high lap time. Fastest so far, 8 minutes 14.9, I think it was. It's a 25-kilometre lap, and what we're seeing at the moment is a lot of the cars burst out of the pits, and they're coming back into the pits. Instead of looping to the left to go onto the Nordschleife, they're looping back into the pits. For why, Joe?
There's quite a mix, or they're coming back around, and there's for me that is either doing more of a systems check or getting a little bit of more heat into those tyres. It's still a very cold morning, the sun's shining. I think we've got a temperature out there about 7 degrees, 8 degrees. That's still chilly. Anything under 10, you're going to have to really work to get the temp into your tyres. And before we venture out onto the Nordschleife, some very brave drivers already doing that. But before we do that, I think we're getting some heat tyre temp.
But the other thing they had to negotiate was coming out of the Vidal chicane. That reminded me of the queue to get into the car park this morning for us, because the inside lane of those cars wanting to take to the Grand Prix track again was backing up almost into the exit of the Vidal chicane. So those having to go well over to the left, work their way past the queue, which wasn't a natural racing line, and then finally over the road bridge, which takes you over the public road and into Sabine Schmidt's curve. But yes, one of the Audis, is that the Jutta Racing Audi, which has worked its way onto Hatzenbach for the initial run.
But immediately sliding wide, kicking up the dust at the edge of the circuit. So what's the reason behind that? Not enough grip in the tyres, not enough temperature in the tyres.
Yeah, a very green track, because although it's not raining right now, we've had a lot of overnight rain.
Yeah, the second session yesterday was 3.5 hours. It was in and out of rain. It was dryish, it was damp, and then the last hour, it really, really tipped down. A lot of footage online and for people to see the conditions and the lack of visibility. And oh dear, the number 33 Audi already blessé, as they say in certain parts of France. And that's a driver, Michele Di Martino. He knows this circuit very, very well.
That's the Kramer car, Bruce.
The K. Kramer car.
Yeah, the K. Kramer car. Not quite sure who's at the wheel of that.
Michele Di Martino's driving the 33 car for this opening top qualifying session. And unfortunately, that car's now no longer going to feature in top qualifying because it's not going to post a time.
And it didn't even get... It came out of the Vidal chicane and has gone hard left. Did he catch the tail of a queue of cars? You were just mentioning that, but I think it was after that. But that is awful, because in your mind you think you're fine on the Grand Prix circuit, but he's
potentially lost it through the first element of the Vidal chicane. The car's rotated on him, just looking at the wheel tracks, and then he's just left the circuit dead straight and slammed into the barrier. But the rear right is completely ruined. That's pretty significant suspension breakage. It's been in on the front right as well, because the white and red paint from the edge of the tyre wall scarring the right-hand side of the K. Kramer Racing UG Audi R8. And that's also ruined the opportunity for anybody to put in a quick lap time in the early segment of this conventional qualifying session, because there are now yellows and, in fact, a slow zone through the Vidal chicane. Does this offer us a clue? Very, very high speed.
That's called tyres.
Yeah.
That's purely called tyre. It's still a racetrack. It might be the Grand Prix part of this Nordschleife, and you might just think, oh, it's just the run up to the Nordschleife. Yeah. It's still a racetrack, and he's been caught out by cold tyres.
So this is a car entered into SP9, needless to say, and what I'm going to remind myself of now is what subcategory that car is in. It does run in Pro-Am, and Pro-Am cars are eligible, but also remember that we have got some AM cars entered into this part of top qualifying, but if you're an AM entered car, you're actually listed as Pro-Am for qualification purposes. So I'll check the entry list to see where that car, unless you have it right in front of you.
What's
Bruce.
that?
In which subcategory is it due to run in the race, the 33 car?
Pro-Am, because just trying to think who's...
Yeah, it is definitely Pro-Am.
Definitely Pro-Am, yeah, for sure.
Got some information from Race Control. We've got a fully dry track out there for around the full 25 kilometres. The only thing reported is for caution through the Foxhole section where there are some damp patches. So perhaps a better track condition than we saw certainly last night. Not how the afternoon started in perfect dry conditions with a really consistent racetrack. We haven't seen that for just under 24 hours, so it's great to see these cars going to be lapping this track as best they can and kind of optimised runs on a perfectly consistent track condition.
And again, we've got wonderful sunshine this morning. We've still got areas of deep shadow and shade around the track, and again, what did you say the temperature was ambient? About 7 degrees. This is going to take a while. The track may look dry, but it's going to take a real while for this to dry out. So this is perhaps why we've got the fastest drivers here and the fastest cars out here in the start of this top qualifying. But what's happening all along, Johnny? The clock is counting down, ticking down to make your moment. Get clear track. Right now, running on board with Kevin Estre. He's quite quick around here. He's got a car in front of him. That'll be frustrating for him.
True, but can he work out a way of getting by, or are the cars going to be doing very similar speeds? I would argue the latter on Kesselchen and Klostertal. The other thing to point out is that the build-up to top qualifying 1 began about 60 minutes ago when all the cars were checked by the technical staff. They have to be full of fuel at the start of top qualifying 1. So we're not necessarily going to see even times that are as quick as we may in the race, because these are now heavy cars, but it's going to pay a lot of drivers to start to circulate around the Nordschleife as early as possible to burn off that fuel and potentially to squeeze an extra lap out of it. By that I mean, if you can be crossing the line with 2 seconds left on the clock, you will be permitted, if you can start a lap before the checkered flag is displayed, to complete that lap. And that's the reason why actually there's a 20-minute break between this 30-minute segment and the next one, because it allows everyone to complete their laps. But Estre, no doubt about it, is faster than that Porsche up ahead of him. And in fact, there's a bit of a queue developing now. He's being joined by the Realise Ferrari, which is already in. It's certainly Ferrari 296.
It's one of the 2 McLarens, the blue nose.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, have a quick
look. Oh, you're right. It is. It's a McLaren, I beg your pardon.
No, well, they're very, very similar from the front end. But right now, Kevin Estre was Just remember, we're talking about drivers wanting to get great pace across all three of the drivers, but Kevin Estre is definitely quicker than the Porsche in front of him, but this is the nature of the Nordschleife. There are places in which you can pass, and it's easy to pass a car from a lower class, but if it's another SP9 class car, you have got a car of absolutely equal performance. But yeah, that queue is definitely starting to build. Kevin Estre will be having to keep contained within himself.
There would be a word that I would say to my driver as I shut the door of the car. Just the one word I would use for around here: patience.
Yeah.
And it's certainly at this stage of the afternoon, not so much towards the last 15 minutes of Sunday afternoon, but right now, the last thing we want is for any damage to be caused and a repair job for the mechanics going forward into the weekend. And as I say that, there's last year's winner, the #1 BMW that has gone off.
Kelvin van der Linde, 3-time winner. How much traction could he get on the grass? Not much. How much could he get on the wet grass? He's next to none.
Now going the wrong direction
as
well. Yeah, offline is going to be hopeless. By the way, I think that's Marvin Kerkhofer, if that's the Doer Motorsport McLaren that has joined the queue in behind Kevin Estre. But the higher priority here is getting the Rover Racing BMW off the curb. And this was fairly late on in the lap as well. So heading up towards Brunchen. And has he lost it at the Brunchen right-hander? He certainly has, and backed it into almost, well, there's a large gravel trap there. He's done very well not to end up in the stones, and a significantly wide concrete curb there, which has provided a bit of traction until he got on the grass.
Yeah, but when he tries, is the engine still running? It was. Has it bogged down? Well, bogging down, no, he's got it moving, but it's a very, very narrow track, and he's got to spin the car around. He's got to wait for a gap in the traffic. Who knows? The marshals are going to be playing their role, and now finally one of the cars that Kevin Estre is trying to get past has been passed along the Dottinger, starting to take the rise, still wants to get past that Porsche in front of this
car collection Porsche, isn't it?
Okay, the Gorian by Car Collection number, but yeah, you don't want a queue of traffic, you don't want to be in the queue. Kevin Estre may just find a way past on the start finish straight, but his car's got equal performance. It's no given at all, Joe.
He's given good insight as to what sort of progress we're going to see in the race as he follows him into the turn one. This is where he just slingshots past, and that was more to do with Porsche allowing Estre through. Johnny, did I see a rule where any of the 5 qualifiers that have gone through to Q3, if the driver takes part in this TQ1 session, they are not the driver that will take part in Q3?
Correct.
So, strangely, that means that Kevin Estre is not going to be their qualifying driver, and yet he's been ultimately the quickest driver we've seen out on the track literally all week. So that's a strange decision. But
but it's a little bit like a penalty shootout in football, in that you don't necessarily leave your best penalty taker till the 5th one, because you might not get that far. Is it better to actually build the foundations with your better driver, ensure that you get the Manthey car into the top 20, and then worry about where you're going to feature? But for me, you know, starting 40th in a 24-hour race is much more of a negative than starting, let's say, 20th position. A lot of people argue what's actually the point of qualifying for a 24-hour race, but I'd sooner think that you want to be on the first 3 rows to avoid any potential carnage, potentially through the Howard Cook, the first 2 corners on this lap, which begins a very, very long race, but it's very easy to make contact through there and destroy your race at the first corner.
100%, but you know, the thing for me, I'm just looking at the strength across that crew. Kevin Estre, we've seen him in the 911 Manthey. Chan Guven, really talented German-based Turkish racer, and Thomas Preining, and as a reserve they got Matt Campbell, who's got such an illustrious career history. Right now, fastest time on the board, bear in mind it was a standing start, effectively 8 minutes 26, so we're about 12 seconds off the fastest pace yesterday, but track will be getting drier just by traffic going around it, but still deep shade around the back, and again, as we saw, if you're sliding off, you're going to be in real trouble. And for the Rover Racing BMW, look at it now, again, Kelvin van der Linde's got that back going, but, you know, it's a frustration. It's a 30-minute session. As long as there's no damage to the car, it's not the ultimate spill, but he could have been another foot over, and it would have been.
Slick, dry tyres, of course, and we talk about tyres, we talk about setup, but then we kind of take for granted the human element, don't we? That these drivers have got to switch it on here this morning, switch it on and start focusing and start not missing those apexes, not missing those breaking points, and being the ultimate pros that they are. And it's so easy for us to take things for granted and become complacent, and find it quite shocking when a driver like Kelvin van der Linde we see off track and having spun, but it is the human element that can sometimes let us down.
Was there a getting together at the first corner? It looks like there was probably contact from another angle. Yes, indeed. Front left of the 77 BMW gets a little bit clattered by the number 5 Porsche, both going for the apex at the same time. So in the 77 BMW is Philipp Eng now.
Talking of human element, I forgot to mention that bit, not clattering with your other competitors, competitors as well.
That's quite a long way down the list, isn't it? But, you know, what I just want to reiterate, this is a round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. You've got the best of the best GT drivers from across the world. This is one of their 5 key events. But it's the depth of strength and talent at the top that just every year's grow. When I first came here, this was an event for touring cars, and you wouldn't have that many cars in the top class, but we come here with 44 cars in SP9, which is the class for GT3. Some are AM, some are Pro-Am, but you've effectively got about 25 all-pro crews here. And they race these cars all year round. So the difference between the fastest and the slowest is not going to be great. And that's why each of these 3 top qualifying sessions, for those that get to do all 3, are going to be vital. And just to reiterate, if you weren't with us right at the start of the programme, 5 cars have already, by dint of great performances in the approach, running in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series and the 24H qualifying, Nürburgring 24 qualifying races, they have been selected to go to TQ3, but right now, one of them has decided not to go out on the track. That's the number 47 KCMG Mercedes, but all the others are using it as track time. But for everybody else, the other 39 cars in the top class, they're looking for times. They're looking to be in the top 20.
I wonder what the thinking is behind not giving that car some laps this morning, just to bed things in and just to get the drivers, like I say, you know, they're eager to get behind the wheel of the car and they're eager to get some laps under their belt. And I'm just wondering, you know, are they looking at maybe, because tyre allocation's open if it's wet, and we are going to be wet. So I'm not sure that's a great decision by KCMG.
Just because they haven't featured yet, it doesn't mean that we're not going to see them towards the end just to do a shortish run. But they may be thinking, well, let's just stay out of the carnage. All you see Michele Di Martino off the road and Kelvin van der Linde. It might be quite easy to get hooked up in your own incident, in an incident not of your own making, I should say. As it gets quieter and those that are trying to make it into the top 20 get there, it might be that some pit, and then that's the time to go out to do an installation lap.
OK, there's another factor I'm going to throw into this. Of course, people competing in Intercontinental GT Challenge, they all run Pirellis until they come here. Then it's open formula. So for a lot of the drivers, it's reacquainting themselves or learning this circuit, getting used to a tyre they don't normally run their cars on. I joked about Engelbert tyres being yesterday, but everybody else, Dunlop here, of course, Falcon, who for so long have supported all the Nürburgring Langstrecken races. Some years even trying to prove their talent by running 2 different cars, running a BMW and a Porsche, just to show we can do it. Our tyres are brilliant, but the list is long. I'll keep totting through it as I go, but it is a tyre formula here, and it's a chance, and you can see a lot of money is thrown at it by the tyre manufacturers, because let's face it, any image of this circuit proves to you this is the ultimate test of a GT car.
And just how different is that Pirelli that they run in their series? Because you could end up with a completely different setup. Things like cambers, casters, certainly tyre pressures are going to be a factor. That would be different from, say, a Michelin or a Dunlop to a Pirelli. And it's a kind of a clean sheet of paper when the engineers are sitting down and trying to find out how to get there. And it's not so much an optimised run over just the one lap. It's the Nürburgring Nordschleife doesn't sort of lend itself to that.
There's another element that's been very much thrown into focus this weekend, or this meeting. We've got low temperatures. There are other races. Bathurst, 12 hours. That's going to be warm. Here's the second one. The next one, Spa 24 hours, can be very warm there in the summer. Then they go to Suzuka. That's going to be baking hot. Then Indianapolis. This is the only one that could potentially be cold. And it really is. So that throws another element.
And that's the challenge, isn't it? Yeah. It's not just about turning steering wheels and pressing pedals. It's a team effort, this. Endurance racing is a team effort. Motor racing is a team effort, because you've still got the boffin on the pit wall. Endurance racers won on the pit wall is the saying that I like. And, you know, it's all that team effort. The engineers deciphering and analysing the information that the drivers are telling them, as well as what the computers are telling them, and then coming up with what will be, for this race, an optimised setup where the tyres will work through the length of the stint.
The other thing to point out is that the 84 Red Bull car that's already qualified is not in this session so far either. So we mentioned KCMG.
Yeah, the 47 Mercedes.
I can't see 84 Lamborghini out there either yet. And just for clarity of mind, for me, none of the 5 that are already through are currently featuring in the top 20. So this is all about, at the moment, the number 5 car of Gabriele Piana, which is the car that made contact with Philipp Eng, don't forget, down at the first corner. That Black Falcon Team EAE Porsche is just in to the top 20 as we speak, and that therefore means that the Hartling Schnitzelalm Racing Mercedes number 11 is not in, nor is Alex Fontana in the Gorian RT by Car Collection Porsche. Chris Lulham's Pro Sport Racing Mercedes is just missing out. By the way, fastest car in the session so far is Fabio Schere's HRT Ford Racing Ford Mustang, but as I say that, Kevin Estre crosses the line and goes 7 seconds quicker in the 911 Manthey car.
Yeah, but Johnny, just wait. There's a really, really quick time coming for a car that's down 27th on the lit. Nicky Katzberg, winner here before, but he is putting in the fastest times almost right across the board in the number 130 Red Bull Amt. It's the other Red Bull Amt Lamborghini, so that could be going top. But at the moment, 8 minutes 16.7. Franz Conrad, Pavel left her off. Not a driver you'd put at the top of the pile, but Franz knows a few tricks around here, and the times are starting to tumble. But just remember, the fastest time so far, not in this session, but yesterday when the track was dry, 8 minutes 14, a high 8 minutes 14. These are going to come down. And at the moment, it's the number 3 Mercedes going out onto another lap, but that is not fastest. It's 3rd fastest for Luca Auer, but it's changing in front of us. I'm still waiting for Nicky Katzberg to put his time on the board. He's fallen to 29th, but he's about to complete his first pucker flying lap, and that looks like it's going to really put the cat among the pigeons.
And last year's pole position time, by the way, guys, in 8 minutes 12 from Kevin Estre. We talk about at 8 minutes 14 and 8 minutes 16, 4 seconds off that time. Any other track, that would be miles away. That would be an uncompetitive time. However, with recalibrating our minds to the Nordschleife, that is getting down towards that time, and it's, I don't think it's going to be long, as the ambient temperature, by the way, has gone up to 10 degrees, so it's getting balmy out there.
Gabriele Piana puts himself in a much safer position, 11th place now for Black Falcon Team EAE. This is pushing out quite a lot of big names, including the Sheldon van der Linde Rover Racing BMW. They're currently not in the top 20. Sheldon needing a big lap, therefore, in the 99 car. They're not pre-qualified yet, as Nicky Katzberg alters the bar that they're all measuring one another to, and 8:14.7. That is quicker than we had in qualifying, and it means that you now, well, the top 20 are separated by a massive 19 seconds. You might think, well, that's pretty easy, but bear in mind this is a 25-kilometre circuit, and you have 19 seconds or so to play with to be in the top 20.
Right, half an hour seems generous, but doesn't give you many laps when you're lapping in 8 and a bit minutes. We've just got 8 minutes 30 seconds left. So anyone crossing the start-finish line now will get this lap and may just get onto one further lap. That is how, if you make a mess in your lap, it really, really hurts. Some cars actually even coming into the pits now, but not among the front runners. It's 2 Lamborghinis at the top. We've got Nicky Katzberg from Pavel Lefterov, who's just entered the pits. Ford Mustang, Fabio Scherer, 3rd, and at the moment, Lukas Stoltz 4th in his Winward Racing Mercedes, and Aston Martin in 5th place. We've got a fantastic array of manufacturers, which is the very essence of racing in GT3, known here as SP9. But a car that we really fancy on screen, Alexander Sims. This is the number 16 Scherer Sport PHX Audi that's been going so well across the NLS season so far. This is the one that doesn't have to worry, because of course this is one of the 5 cars that's already met the details that were required of being fastest across the first handful of races. They've already got a slot in TQ3, top qualifying 3, but we are getting closer to the end of TQ1. Still, at the end of this lap, I think we'll get a clearer picture, but most of the cars will have one further flying lap to make their mark.
And at the moment, Patrick Kolb is not in the top 20 for Lion Speed. The 48 Loesch Motorsport car, number 48, not featuring as things stand. The big story at the moment as well is that Sheldon van der Linde's not in for the other side of the Rover Racing garage. So we've had a drama already for brother Kelvin after that spin on the approach to Brunchen corner, and the 99 car, which has to do it the more conventional way by qualifying for top Q2 and then ideally for TQ3 as well, but having to find another, it's only 2 seconds, so this is, again, patience, really. You're not trying to necessarily focus on an 8:14. If you can do a low 8 minutes 20, then that will be enough.
But many a slip, and the track's still cold. And the real key at the moment is, I think, keep a little percentage or two in your pocket. Alexander Sims has got clear track ahead of him, and it's great to see. However, it doesn't affect him because his car is already through. For him, it's just information gathering. But for everyone else, because you've only effectively got 4 laps in this, the first one is not going to be fast because you come out of the pits. But then your first 5 laps on the board. But the track's going to improve. The drivers are going to get a lighter fuel load as they burn it off. But one little slip, a car in front of you in the wrong place at the wrong time, is really going to hurt. So I think anyone who's done a good lap already, they're sort of thereabouts. Anyone under 8 minutes 20, of which we have 9 drivers, are they safe? I think they possibly are, but we'll know a little bit more in about the next 5 minutes.
The one thing that's muddied the waters a little bit is Thierry Vermeulen's lap for Realize Kondo Racing. The 45 Ferrari's just gone 5th fastest.
And he's qualified already.
So he's already in, and therefore we go down to 21st now, which means that Tom Coronel is in to the top 20 in the Max Cruiser Racing Audi, number 19, currently fastest in that AT1 entered car.
You can't keep the Coronel family down. Generations of racers there. Tim and Tom, the twins, but their father used to race as well. And all the 24-hour races, they just absolutely love them. But the target will be moving at the end of this lap. Who is going to make progress? I still quite fancy Lucas Auer in that number 3 Mercedes, the one that's drawing so much attention for Winward Racing. He's 7th fastest at the moment, but maybe picking up a bit of a pace. But again, for those that didn't get a good first real flying lap, it's going to be quite a nervous time, I think, to the end of the top Q1.
And Krista Jern's lap has now ruined that for Tom Coronel because he's gone faster in the Jutta Racing Audi. He goes 16th in car 71. That pushes the Tom Coronel Max Cruiser Racing Audi out of the top 20. As Alexander Sims continues to pound round. Well, we know this car is quick because through its sector times, it's already established a position in top qualifying 3. That was sector times from the 2 NLS races we've already had this year, plus the 1 qualification race as well a few weeks ago. But we're running down to 21st position, and who's just gone quickly there? Bastien Boos in the 54 car. He goes 9th for Dynamic GT, and that means that Alex Fontana is now pushed out. Marvin Kerchhofer on the very cusp in the McLaren for Dual Motorsport.
Just talking about recalibration, this will put it into perspective. There's a 5-second spread in the top 6 between 1st and 6th. Percentage-wise, that's a 0.8%. That's 0.8% difference. And so talking about a 5-second gap being less than a 1% difference, that's how close we are in this session.
Interesting, the fresh sets of Michelin rubber being put on the number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes. No chance to get out with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining to go around and set a flying lap.
Yeah, the time has gone, and very quickly indeed. It's amazing how quickly 30 minutes goes, particularly when we're dealing with such a large track. Loic Hartog found some improvement in the 55 car. He went 17th, was potentially going to drop out at this stage, but 17th might be good enough for Dynamic GT as well.
I've just been working out top 20 spread.
Yes.
10 seconds, 1.8%. So the top, we've got the top 20 separated by 1.8% time, lap time wise.
Refer back to my previous
10 seconds.
Exactly, but refer back to my previous comment. The level of expertise in this class now and the calibre of drivers. Just remember, a lot of these drivers, if this was 20 years ago, would be top single-seater racers. However, the world has changed in terms of motor racing, and only the really wealthy can afford to keep pounding away and trying to work up the single-seater chart. A lot of these drivers got to sort of Formula 3000, GP2, and some younger ones are literally directly into GT4, then GT3. It's the way up now. Chris
Lullum goes 8th for Pro Sport Racing. That's going to alter the lower order again. Krista Jörns is on the bubble. Actually, Felipe Fernandez-Laza, I think, just creeping in now as well, because after Alexander Sims went 2nd, make that now 3rd, because Kevin Estra's improved to an 8:15.5. We now have 2 of the pre-qualifiers in the top 20, so we're going down to 22nd position, and that is, well, it was Felipe Fernandez-Laza, but another better lap for, well, many drivers. Chris Meese in 67. Meese driving another one of the Ford Mustangs, the HRT 67 car. Yeah, I said 67, but I wasn't sure which car it was, and it's the HRT Ford Racing Mustang. And Lucas Auer's gone through as well. So, again, Sims, quick and in the top 20, meaning that we're going down to 22nd position, because the other car that's in there is the 45 Realised Condo car. We still haven't seen any laps from KCMG, so that's not affecting matters, as now Jens Klingmann in the BMW M Motorsport, the M3 Touring, goes 8th in number 81, could be in the top 20 in the next half an hour.
I've got a question that we're inside. This would have been more significant if we were inside 3.5 minutes, which is when Chris Lazenby asked the question. Are you allowed to come out of the pits and come around the Grand Prix loop and start your timed lap, or do you have to come off the Nordschleife to start your timed lap? We don't know the answer to that one.
Do it however you want.
Yeah, you can do it however you want.
The problem is the cones prevent you from taking the racing line. So when you're coming out of the Hyundai Curva, which is the hairpin, you're tight up against a pit wall, and then to start a flying lap, it's not going to be the best start.
You're going to be really slow across the line to start your lap.
Comparatively,
however, when 10 seconds is 1.8%, that might be sort of damage limitation.
I mean, if you mess up the Grand Prix track, you might as well say, well, I'm not going to do anything special with this lap anyway, so let's tuck in, retake the Grand Prix and start again. You might even pick up the time that you had just lost at your first attempt, so it's worth doing.
Yeah.
It's a good use of the 30 minutes, actually, because it's going to well, as we established, it's going to disappear very, very quickly indeed.
Professional photographer Chris Lazenby thinking like a team manager.
Yeah, like it.
Or a devious racing driver.
So, if you are enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, the right-hand side small group of cars are those that are in the session that are pre-qualified. And as I say, the 16 Audi was taken to initially second fastest by Alexander Sims. It's now 4th, but crucially it's still in the top 20. And the 45 Realised Condo Racing Ferrari is in the top 20 currently. We don't have to worry about the BMW because after its early spin, I think it actually pitted with Kelvin van der Linde. He had his moment at Brunchen, he came in the pits, and he hasn't done any more laps since then. But they are the only of the 5 pre-qualified cars, they're the only 3 taking part in this session. So that is further kudos to the fact that we're looking down to 22nd fastest, and therefore Loic Hartog just scraping in to the top 20. Tom Coronel in the Max Cruiser Racing Audi R8 is missing out. And how's the other Rover car doing? 17th. So Sheldon van der Linde is now into the top 20. He sneaked that one in, and it sounds like perfect timing.
Yeah, well, the checkered flag is out. We've reached the end of 30 minutes, but a lot of drivers, still a lot of kilometres to go to get to the end of their lap. The scene will change. Very quick lap coming in from Lucas Stoltz, the other Winward Racing Mercedes, car number 80. And at the moment, he's 3 seconds off the ultimate pace, but this is a quick lap coming from him. And they've looked very strong all weekend, haven't they, the number 80 Mercedes? But just remember, a lot of the running over the course thus far has been in a damp and wet track. Only when we started was the conditions fine yesterday when the track running started. Target time, 8 minutes 14.7. Still the fastest for Nicky Katzberg. Of course, a winner here just a handful of years ago for Ferrari when Fricadelli swept the stage and going nicely. He shared that time with Earl Bamber, Felipe Fernandez-Laza, who's also racing here, as is David Pittard. Of course, they're in different crews, different cars now, but it was an amazing win in 2023.
Not significant in the qualifying process, but Kelvin van der Linde, who we saw take the number 1 BMW Rover Racing entry out, have that spin on his first lap around. He hasn't done any more laps. He's came into the pits and he sat this session out. Yeah. That's because he's able to, because he's already pre-qualified. But I don't know if that's significant at all, not getting any run.
It was never in doubt about Sheldon van der Linde, was it? Because he was 17th and now he just crossed the line to go 6th fastest in the Rover Racing BMW. So solidly into the top 20. This is post the checkered flag, so that will be the end of his session. Loic Hartog's pushed out though. And why was that? Is it the Fontana lap? Yes, it is. Alex Fontana's gone 22nd, and that has just switched those positions around. The Gorian RT by Car Collection Porsche, the Pro-Am entry, which initially in this session was actually holding Kevin Estre up a little bit, has just done enough, unless more things change. And of course they will, because Krista Jørns, was Jens already in? He may well have been. The 32 car's just gone quicker, though.
Yeah, he was at the one ready for the drop. I just want to pull out one driver who I think has done a stormingly good job. It's Pavel Lefterov. You don't often get a Bulgarian driver near the top of the pile. He's largely raced GT4 until now, occasionally doing Lamborghini Super Trofeo. German prototype cut, but that is a big step up. And so Fran Conrad will be delighted. That Lamborghini is the second best of the Lamborghinis, of course. Top of the pile at the moment is Nicky Katzberg, car number 130, Red Bull team out. But for Franz Conrad and his team, always does it on a smaller budget than anyone else, so he'll be remarkably pleased. But who else is going to be picking up the pace? Who is going to knock off Chris Vermees, who's hanging in there in 22nd position, last of the drivers for now, last of the cars for now, to go through to TQ2. That means we'll have 49 whittled down to 20, and we'll just keep on narrowing.
Loic Hartog goes faster in the 55 car, so that will punch Christopher Mies out the end of the bottom side of the timing screen, because 67, the Ford Mustang HRT car, drops out, and it's probably very, very slim margins by 53 thousandths of a second around a 25-kilometre circuit, and that's how you're going to miss out on the top 20. Unbelievable.
I can't put a percentage on that, Johnny, off the top of my head. I'm going to have to work that out.
But the next guy potentially to fall out is Klaus Bachler now.
These are some of the experts on the circuit in these
exactly.
cars.
In the Falcon Motorsports Porsche number 44. Bastian Booth was already in. He is able to improve again, an 8:17.732. Bachler in, Chris Mies out, and it's 0.05 of a second separating that gap, with still cars heading down the Dottingham Hoare, potentially to go quicker. One of them is Alexander Sims. That won't affect things, but I'm keeping my eyes glued to any green times that might be coming in after the session has finished, technically. I mean, as I say, you are allowed to complete your lap. Any cars that are in the pit lane now will be being refilled with fuel, because they've got to have full tanks for the start of top qualifying 2.
Felipe Fernandez Lazar just put in a really quick lap. He's gone 6th fastest, but we are not finished yet. The fast times are still coming. You mentioned Christian Mies is out. He's down in 24th position. He hasn't finished his lap yet, so he could find his way back in his Ford. It's chopping and changing. Don't breathe yet, but for Volkenhorst Motorsport, they're very pleased with life suddenly after Felipe Fernandez went 6th, but he's now 7th, because Volkenhorst has actually gone top with Matteo Drudi, the sister car. So sudden, very good 30 seconds for Volkenhorst Motorsport crew.
And that, well, already had happened, the Klaus Bachler car being pushed out, and that was because of the Fernandez-Laza lap, I believe, because Drudi was already in the top 20, so it's just a reshuffling of the places within that, the envelope of top 20. But even more change now, because Karasani's HRT 4 Performance Mustang drops out. So does Loic Hartog in the second of the dynamic GT Porsches. And now Julian Andlauer in the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche is on the very edge, the tightrope.
Right, as you look at the screens, that's just going to run you down the makes. We're not finished yet, but it's Aston Martin from Ford, from Lamborghini, from Audi, from Mercedes, Porsche, Ford, Lamborghini. It's chopped and it's changed, but it's the essence of GT3 racing. So many manufacturers having a shot at being at the top of the charts.
Fabio Scherer is able to back his earlier very good time up with a now second fastest time in this session at 8:14.397. So Karasani is out in his Ford Mustang number 65, won't continue on into top qualifying 2, nor will... Well, Julian Andlauer popping back in, but then out again because of Klaus Bachler, who is able to improve in the 44 car. Across the line goes Jens Klingmann to do a better lap in the M3 Touring 24-hour car. 81 was already in. No, he was not. So Andlauer's now pushed out. So we've lost, well, we had initially lost Klaus Bachler, who gets himself back in again with an improved lap in the 44 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports. But Julian Andlauer drops out in the sister car at the Schnabel preparers of those two Porsches. 992, the Marco Holzer SP Pro car across the line, but I don't think that time was good enough to put it into the top 20. No, 38th position for the 992 numbered Manthey Porsche. Ricardo Feller over the line now, and he in the 24 Porsche was already in and is 17th for Lion Speed. So Julian Andlauer not going to have any opportunity to reply, and I actually think it was the sister car of Klaus Bachler who's dropped him out. So there's going to be there's going to be a bit of post-session discussion about that. Aiming to get both cars in, both the Dunlop and the Falcon car, but only one more make it, and that is the Bachler car number 44.
Yeah, it's the one with the Falcon livery, but some very quick laps coming in at the end. We said the target time, Joe, didn't we? Was 8 minutes 12. We got an 8 minutes 12.135 seconds from Tyre Drudy. And another second generation. His father used to race the Formula 3000, but that was a good job. But they're all going to pass a lot of information over to the drivers doing TQ2, the lucky ones who are going to have their shot, because track conditions might have been dry, but they were far, far from easy, as we saw on that opening lap.
Hang on, it's changed again. It was a 1.5% spread.
Colin Carasani's left it really late, possibly the latest, with an 8:15.024 in his number 65 Ford Mustang. So it does change again. Krista Jörns no longer now in the top 20. And that means that the 11 car for Schnitzelarm Racing, the Mercedes in that sort of two-tone green livery for Jamo Hartling, is now the next with potential to drop out. Or does he sneak in? Because I don't think there are many more cars still circulating. So Jamo Hartling, nail-biting stuff towards the end. It's a 54 thousandths of a second now that separate the Hartling time from Krista Jörns. But Mattia Drudy, fastest in the session for Aston Martin and Valkenhorst Motorsport. Clear by 2.2 seconds from Fabio Schirra's Ford Mustang number 64. Then Nicky Katzberg's Lamborghini Huracan, which was top for a little while longer for the Red Bull team Abt Lamborghini crew. Alexander Sims already through into top qualifying 3, but he was 4th fastest for those noting down the times within the session. Did not need to be a qualifier into top qualifying 2. In fact, he's not going to be permitted to run in TQ2. Then Lucas Auer in the number 3 Mercedes, ahead of Colin Carasani, who was the last car to improve, and he went 6th with an 8:15.024, which at the same time pushed Krista Jörns and the Jutta Racing Audi out of the top 20. He finished faster than Lucas Stoltz in the Ravenol Mercedes, the 911 Manthey Porsche, Kevin Estre for Manthey Racing in 8th. But remember, Kevin now can't take part in top qualifying 2 or top qualifying 3 if they get there. 9th fastest for Christopher Mees in the HRT Performance Ford Mustang. And Lefterov in the Franz Conrad prepared Lamborghini Huracan was top as well for a long time. So great to have the Bulgarian showing his speed around here with very little experience in SP9 or GT3 machinery to this point. He in the number 7 car. Those that missed out, and remember we're going down to 22nd position within the session because Thierry Vermeulen's Realised Kondo Racing Ferrari is already in, as is the number 16 car. So just missing out Krista Jörns for Jutta Racing, Julian Andlauer's Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, Loic Hartog in the Dynamic GT Porsche. So a 30-minute session beginning on time and in much better weather conditions compared to yesterday. Brand new slick tyres for the majority, but a full fuel load, which meant that we weren't necessarily going to get down to qualifying times of old. However, 8 minutes 12 is faster than we'd been all weekend. The BMW of Calvin van der Linde with a spin at Brunchen. There was also contact, early contact for Philipp Eng in his Schubert Motorsport BMW with the number 5 Black Falcon car. Lucas Auer in the Verstappen.com Mercedes. So we now know that there's still the potential for Max Verstappen to be in the car for top qualifying 2 or possibly top qualifying 3. Mattia Drudy, though, for Valkenhorst Motorsport and the Aston Martin Vantage AMR crew, leaving it relatively late in the session, as did Nicky Katzberg, but the 34 car quickest for what it matters in top qualifying 1, because remember, it's all about who was on the bubble of the top 20 and those that were just falling short. And we now, provisionally at least, have our top 20 that will go through into top qualifying 2 in probably about 10 minutes' time.
There are 6 cars from 22nd to 28th that missed out on getting through to the next qualifying session by 0.5%. Now try and decipher that 0.5% from the driver's perspective on where you improve that 0.5%. It's not discernible, is it?
No.
Around 25 kilometres of this racetrack. could I have gained that 0.5% at such and such braking area? You know, did I optimise the momentum through a particular, you know, down the foxhole? Did I hesitate too much?
Was I confident enough?
Was I confident enough? 0.5%.
Okay.
You can't even sort of put that into any kind of sort of realistic context.
Any flying lap around here against the field of this calibre, you have got to really, really hang it out there. I've done a little number crunching myself. The percentage difference between the fastest time, which set by Matteo Drudi in the Walker North Aston Martin, he was 2 and a bit seconds clear. But back to the last of the qualifiers in 22nd position, it was just under 1.4%, 1.38%. Yeah. Nothing, slip and slide. If that had been on a track around lunchtime, if on a dry day, but it wasn't uniformly dry. Remember, we lost Michele Di Martino at the chicane right at the start. Conditions were very, very difficult. So hard to get heat in the tyres. This next session be a little bit warmer.
But let's take those margins through to Saturday afternoon, through the night into Sunday. This bodes very well. This is how competitive we are in GT3. I mean, we're talking about GT3 here. There's all of these other class races that are going on that are equally as quick down the order throughout this race, throughout the 160-car field. But we're focusing on GT3. GT3 racing, Bruce, I think you mentioned it earlier on, just how competitive GT3 racing is. And it's mind-boggling just how close these drivers and cars are.
And it's also just the fact you've got this incredible array of manufacturers. So for people in the grandstands, they all have their favourite marque, manufacturer, and it gives them something extra to cheer for. But also a lot of the drivers are now becoming incredibly well known because they are competing pretty much week in, week out. If you're a works driver for Porsche, for Mercedes, one weekend you could be in GT World Challenge Asia, next weekend you could be doing something like this, you could be doing GT World Challenge in America, in Australia, it's all around. And then you've got all the people who race regularly here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and so we go on. And of course, GT3 is the secondary category in the World Endurance Championship, so it's really, really cemented it. But it's when you look at the names and the continual excellence of some of them. Matteo Drudi, he's a bit of an unsung hero with Aston Martin. You know, people tend to focus on Nicky Thiem, his teammate, because he's more flamboyant, but Matteo just gets in and gets things done. And also, the other thing, the cars look magnificent. You know, they're wings and things, aren't they? They're, you know, fantastic aerodynamics on these cars. And when you get near to a car in the top class, they're huge as well. You know, so they're super spectacular. But anyhow, rinse out the first driver, prep the second driver, tell him where, you know, your thoughts, and then we're going to go out and do it all over again. But this is refining qualifying. TQ1, great, one faller that counted and one that didn't. Kelvin van der Linde already pre-qualified, so his little spin didn't come to any cost. What we did see is Ford definitely finding its ante this morning with two cars with their Mustangs in second and sixth position. Well, they left it to the very end, Bruce. That was pretty much on their last flying lap. And talk about jeopardy. We talk about a lot. We talk about how important pole position is in endurance racing. It was 2008 the last time we had the pole sitting car win. 2007 and 2006 likewise, and then we go back to 2002, 2001, 2099. That was a clump of years where I think we must have had, and I can't hark back to my memory, quite a dominant car that was in this race. I don't think we've got that kind of dominance from any particular competitor or team here, or even manufacturer here, that I think that it is so close as we've just seen.
Bear in mind, all of these cars for the next segment of top qualifying are going to have, again, maximum amount of fuel on board. So we're talking for the BMW M4, 115 litres. The Lamborghini will carry 124 litres. The Aston Martin Vantage, slight difference depending on whether it's an Evo or not, but the heavier is the Evo version, 123 litres. There again is the importance of burning some of that off as early as you can in the session. We're not necessarily going to see cars joining late because it's a little quieter. Yes, it's going to be quieter generally because no longer are we going to have 49 cars circulating, potentially just the 20. And remember that the 5 that are already into top qualifying 3 cannot take part in this session. So it's just the 20 that are through. But as you've mentioned, Bruce, actually all 3 Ford Mustangs got in. 2nd, 6th and 9th fastest for Fabio Scherer, for Colin Carasani and for Chris Meese. in the third of those with an 8:16.4.
But it's when you focus, you know, we've quickly eliminated 20-something cars to get the 20 going through. But when you see someone like Marvin Kirchhofer, you normally put Marvin Kirchhofer pole. I always thought he was double-barreled, his surname. But he ended up down in 31st in McLaren. He said traffic on his first 2 laps. And that was that. You just reiterate, you've effectively got 4 laps to stake your claim, make your mark. But as you pointed out, you're burning off fuel, getting heat in your tyres on the first one. And if you do get interrupted, we saw Kevin Estre for quite a long time being delayed. That, luckily for him, was on his first flying lap, so it didn't really matter too much. But it's very much about getting a marker on the board early on. We saw that with Nicky Katzberg, the number 130 Red Bull Team Ab Lamborghini. He stuck in that time 8 minutes 16, I think it was, and sat there. Everyone else was still in the high 20s at that point, so he'd got his job. He'd had the clear run. But right now, obviously, half the number of cars pretty much are going out for top qualifying too. But it's going to be super, super intense. Will we go faster? I'm fairly confident we will. But 8:12.1, that was a very, very good lap from Matteo Drudi in his Walkenhorst Aston Martin.
You look down that timing screen, Bruce, and you see some really, really quick drivers and teams. Harry King stands out there. Harry King's down in 39th in the high-class racing Porsche. You know, why Harry's lap time there was an 8 minutes 35, considerably off the 8 minutes 14 that we saw.
There were slow zones in that session. There were yellow flags, and if you can get caught out. Yeah, wrong place at the wrong time. There's nothing you can do, is there? You've got to abide by the officials.
You've just epitomised the race there, Johnny.
Yeah.
You really have just said what you know what we've got in store for Saturday, Sunday.
The other thing is, when we get to the race, a 20-30 second lead can disappear on a single lap if the Code 60 is in the wrong place for the race leader, because they're having to back off. You're not allowed to overtake, and if you're stuck behind a VT2 car, let's say, which is going more slowly into the caution area anyway, then the leader's slowed down, and if the next car on the road is the second place car, they can catch all that time up as everybody then goes into the speed limited areas. One thing I spotted, Max Verstappen getting on board the number 3 car, so they are deploying the 4-time Formula 1 world champion in this session rather than holding him back for top qualifying 3. I think again on the basis of using Kevin Estre for Manthey in the first session, just ensure that the car is qualified, because if they're leaving Max back for TQ3, car might not even get into the top 7. And that's what we're looking for here, folks. It's 20 cars for 30 minutes, and there are 7 places up for grabs. It's an awkward number, but because there's 5 already in, and we're ultimately looking for 12.
That number 3's got Jules Gounon in the toolbox. You're going to, you know, that is a very, very good tactical choice to leave Jules for that optimum time to get that pole position.
Keep him hungry.
Yeah, absolutely.
He responds to stimulus like that, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not saying that Max Verstappen isn't capable of that optimum time, but yeah, you just want to consolidate that, don't you, and make sure you get through.
Well, also, let's face it, if, for example, they put one of the other drivers in the number 3 Mercedes in now and they didn't get into the top 7 positions, Max wouldn't get a qualifying run. So, you know, it's a very sensible thing, but it's fuel burn now. Get heat in your tyres. We had, 2 fallers in the first qualifying session. And just bear in mind, they could have been aiming for just the top 6 positions, but one of the qualifying races, unfortunately, we had the death of Johan Meitinen, and that led to red flag. Awful situation here, but it meant that race nobody was able to set the sort of, you know, to fit in the qualification ramifications. So we could have had 6 already pre-qualified for TQ3. We have 5. That means 7 places on the board. Still a lot of cars aiming for those. 20 of them out on the track at the moment. Who's going to blink first? Oh, and if you're wondering how the cars in the other classes qualifying, they did theirs yesterday through the course of 5.5 hours, split across 2 qualifying sessions. With the thoughts of these guys trying to set their time with another 140 cars out on the track. Far different performance potential, potentially nearly 4 minutes between the fastest.
I'm kind of all for that, though.
Remember that qualifying for the other classes isn't done yet. There's a qualifying 3 session to happen after this.
Yes.
And within qualifying 3, you're not allowed to run any SP9s or SPXs or SP Pro. They're banned from that session. So that's a bit of light relief for standard qualifying 3 for everybody else to get a good
So we call that qualifying 3 for the other classes.
So that's another 65 minutes, which starts at midday and goes through till just after 1 o'clock.
Timed qualifying 3 is kind of like what we used to call the top shootout.
Yeah. It's called top qualifying.
Top qualifying, isn't it? Yes.
Top qualifying 1, top qualifying 2, top qualifying 3. So TQ.
Not to be confused with qualifying 3, which is for the non-SP9 classes and the other bits.
So the word top, that little short word top is so crucial.
It is, yeah.
27 minutes to go. Now, I reckon a number of cars, they're probably doing this already, will do a lap of the Grand Prix track and then go through the Hyundai Curva to do another lap. And this is good for tyre warming, brake preparation, before you then go on to Hatzenbach. You're still burning fuel, of course, as well. But it just means that you stay within the confines of the pit lane, potentially, as well, if there's an early issue in the session before heading out into the countryside. And it very much is that here at this venue. So all of the drivers that are in the cars now cannot have been the same as in top qualifying 1. So it is Lawrence Vantor in the number 24 Lion Speed Porsche. We have... J-Mo Hartling's still listed. Because he's a Pro-Am car, I think. So that's only a rule for the Pro cars that you have to change driver. J-Mo Hartling is able to go into a Pro-Am car for a second time. Ayanchin Guven's in the Manthey Grello Racing Porsche. We've got Joel Sturm in the dynamic Porsche number 54. David Schumacher in the 65 Ford Racing Ford Mustang. And the other Mustang drivers are Arjun Maini in 64, Dennis Olsen in 67, Max Hesse in the 99 Rover Racing BMW, Max Verstappen, as I mentioned, in the Verstappen.com Mercedes number 3, Maro Engel in the number 80 car. That's the sister car at Winward Racing with the Ravenol sponsored AMG. Benjamin Leuchter for Max Cruiser Racing, number 75, is in his Audi. Then Christian Engelhardt for Franz Conrad Lamborghini, number 7. 48, the Loesch Motorsport car. Is that another Pro-Am car, 48? He says, just checking the various notes I have in front of me, because I think that's the same driver again. 48 Loesch is a Pro-Am car. So Tobias Muller stays on board. But hang on a minute, Maro Engel's in the fence. At the start of top qualifying 2, Maro Engel has gone backwards, and it looks like done quite a lot of damage to that AMG. Well, difficult to tell from that angle whether it's a light hit or not, but Maro Engel is absolutely so frustrated with that mistake. Or was it contact? I have to say I was looking down at notes, but what did you guys see?
We didn't see anything. Well, the first time the stream went to Engel, he was already off track and backed into the barrier. We might get another look at it, I think. So information coming in that he completely just went wide.
That's the
lost
big
it,
hit, isn't it?
You put literally 2-3 centimetres, an inch onto this muddy grass, and you are a passenger. And then he was a passenger. He destroyed the left rear suspension by clouting the barrier and has distorted the barrier. So there's going to be a barrier repair. We're just coming into the Hatzenbach section of the track here, so it's the beginning of the Nordschleife. And it's that tricky. We've all done that in iRacing as well, to be honest, but not what we expect from Maro Engel, just being caught out there fractionally.
Look, if you ask me who is the safest pair of safe hands in this field, I'd say Maro Engel. He's been racing at this level forever and a day, and he doesn't just compete, he wins championships. He's won title after title. That is so unlike him. What I can tell you, that before he did that, he wasn't as quick as a certain Max Verstappen, who is setting purple sector tyres. And importantly for Max, he's ahead of this shenanigans and any barrier repairs. Okay, it'll be his first flying lap, but he'd get it on the board. We'll see what the delays are, but it was a mistake to the left and then to the right at the track through Hatzenbach.
Did he hit the curb?
I think so. Yeah, he did on the right-hand side. He fired him into the barrier on the left, and then he ran all the way on the right-hand side of the track. Well, not on the track, on the grass beyond. The barriers went around, and he kept scraping.
He didn't clout the curb, though. That was barely any curb on the right-hand apex, which he hit.
I think that's a curb that he will regularly be using on a normal lap, and for whatever reason, it majorly unsettled the car. Was there a bit more moisture there than he was expecting? But it jumped the car half a lane to the left, and then he was out in the marbles and has pushed that Armco barrier back by several feet, actually. That was the biggest contact. And then with the rear left wheel entirely broken and at 45 degrees, then scraped the right-hand side of the barrier. The car pirouetted, and he's ended up at the end of Hatzenbach, now a spectator.
A lot of rain last night, pure green track, very low ambient temperature. Tyre pressure, tyre temp, not quite up there. The tyre reacts differently if it's got a soft sidewall because it's not up to that not up to that operating pressure. And again, we're talking about minute margins of error here that cost you so dearly. on this track, on this particular track.
Yeah, just going to throw in the names of his teammates. Lucas Stoltz, Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin. Huge amount of experience. They were definitely one of the favourites. Been going well all weekend. Others are still going well because people going on around the track, the people who were in front of him, the ones who got past in case there were any delays, still yellow flags at Hatzenbach. No surprise because the Engel car is there. But into the carousel goes a certain Max Verstappen, banking his way round and then immediately being spat out over the rise. Then you're quickly flicking to the right, and he's got his foot down because he set 3 fastest sector times of anybody through the first 6 sectors, 9 sectors in all to form this lap. He's got a track and he'll be getting a message. It's in fact his own team, the sister car, that went out and hit the barriers there from Winwood Racing. Maro Engel, that is such an unusual sight, and you know, you sense the frustration. Oh, poor guy.
Remember that all is not lost for the 80 car. Because they've made it into top qualifying 2, the lowest that car can start is 20th position now. We're fitting in 12 from top qualifying 3, but the grid will be ordered in the times from top qualifying 1 of those that didn't make it into the top 20 at the rear of Group 1. The middle part of Group 1 will be those that don't get into the top 12 rather, so from 13th back to 20th. And then everybody that does get into the top 7 in this session, add to that the 5 that are already through. That means that it'll be a 12-car top qualifying 3 session to determine the front 6 rows.
And I was going to ask you, Johnny, you might have already mentioned this, the top 5 pre-qualifiers aren't taking part in any way in this session. So they are not on the track. We've got a track that has just got the 20 cars on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I just want to pick out some people going very fast. I've mentioned Max Verstappen, all eyes on him at the moment, but Christian Cronje, a driver with so much experience, doesn't race across the whole season. He's a Nürburgring specialist. He is in one of the Aston Martins and Walker North Motorsport. Bear in mind, one has already been fastest coming into this session. Time's going to change, but you have to keep looking. We might only have 20 cars in this field, only 19, of course, without Maro Engel now, but a lot of them are coming around to put their first flying lap on the board. Then we'll see the true colour. Also going very well is Christian Engelhardt in a Lamborghini, and Nick Yellerly, in another Lamborghini from Red Bull Team Abt. We'll see the times on the board when they complete the lap, and for people like Max Verstappen, it's the long run along the Dottinger Her, then a couple of little tricky twists at the end, but he is nearly at the end of the lap. Still time for more. Nearly just over 20 minutes remains in this 30-minute qualifying session, but one faller, one of the big kingpins already in the fence, Maro Engel.
Olsen going very quickly, purple sector in sector 7. He's getting towards the end of his run. Olsen in the HRT Ford Mustang, of course, currently 7th through these sectors. We're getting towards the end of the lap, though. A lot of cars, and there's the first time that has been posted in 8 minutes 19 by the Manthey Porsche Govan and the 911. We know how quick that car is in 8 minutes 22, 8 minutes 19 from Schumacher. And there's Verstappen to the top of the screen at 8 minutes 14.4, just under half a second. So 8 minutes 14, might as well call it 14.5. He's so close. So Verstappen, we thought he was on target to be one of the quickest. Well, he's ended up on the first flying laps here as the quickest car out there, the number 3 Winwood car.
And now we have code 60 around Maro Engel, therefore everyone's going to have to go down to 60 kph. It will be the same for them. But the fact is, whereas in the first run we had the fastest cars, you know, they did their first flying lap and then they picked up the pace thereafter. No one can now because of the code 60.
That's right, yeah.
They can eke a second or two, so the time from Verstappen may not be beaten potentially in this. 8 minutes 14, still a few looking to come through. Still Nick Yellerly, car number 130. That went really well. Remember, it was top for a while for Nicky Katzberg in the first qualifying session, that Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini, so that could go top, but your chances on the second lap are going to be very much spiked.
I think the heat's gone out this session now. Yeah. We're going to have not just a car recovered, but we're going to have a barrier repair, because that barrier folded with that Mercedes. It's meant to do that, it dissipates energy, but we're going to have a barrier repair there, so there's going to be a code 60 out on that section of the Hatzenbach for I would think the remaining 18 minutes of this session.
Well, Chan Guven's about to drive through that segment, and in fact we're not going to stick with him, but was about to see some yellow flags. They're flashing LED boards as well. And as we've said, there's then a speed limit of 60 kilometres per hour past the potential barrier repairs. Maro Engel had stepped down the unsafe side of the fence, but the marshals allowed him to do that, just staring at the car, and I think revisiting the moment over and over and over in his mind. As Max Verstappen pits, Dennis Olsen's also in as well. Well, they've done possibly all that they need to do to finish in the top 7.
Right, 3 cars are still not officially there flying that. Now one of them has, just 2 left to go. Nick Yellerly, how high did he go? He got up to 8th position. I was going to say, we may well know the identity of the top 7, who the only ones who can qualify right now. We've got 2 more cars to come across the line, because I reckon that code 60 will probably stay there for the remaining 17 minutes of this session. So I think as long as you stick one on the board, Nick Yellerly, I fancy going right to the top, but he's just outside the cusp at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, it looks like all that time was lost in the early sector, going by the scene of Maro Engel's stranded number 80 Mercedes. So he was purple through sector 5 and 6 and 7, but ends up being, well, only 4 seconds down from the Verstappen time. But Nick Yellerly, 8th, when you need to be finishing in the top 7. He's now gone an absolute best through the first segment of the Grand Prix track, but the really punishing thing now for Nick Yellerly and everybody else still out on the Nordschleife is that speed limit down the Hatzenbach, the latter portion of the Hatzenbach, and past the recovery of Maro Engel's AMG.
Yeah, he's only about 0.2 of a second down of getting that final potential qualifying spot into 7th place. And Yellerly, bit of frustration, but nobody's going to be more frustrated than Maro Engel. He will be beside himself.
Yeah, Yellerly's been robbed a little bit there, hasn't he? Faster than the quickest car of Verstappen through the first part of this lap, which is effectively the Grand Prix track. And then immediately you come off the Grand Prix track section through Sabine Schmidt curve, you are met with the slow zone whilst we recover Engel's car. So I think we're going to, potentially we might see who the quickest cars are. But then it's hard to judge, isn't it? Because we're talking about one sector of 9 sectors on this track. So it's kind of just conjecture and speculation on our part, really.
Yeah, OK, so the fastest time in the first top qualifying session was 8 minutes 12.135 seconds. We haven't met that, but certainly for the first flying lap, the top times we've seen in this have been more impressive. It's slightly warmer. A bit of information has been passed to drivers, slightly fewer, still vaguely damp patches from the overnight rain, but the gun is spiked because of that code 60.
So Hanchenguven is sent out onto the Nordschleife by the team in an effort to just keep burning off fuel in case we go green in the remaining 15 minutes on Hatzenbach. But Nick Yellerly, although he did an absolute best through the first sector of this long lap, then actually pitted at the end of the second sector, which you are able to do, sneaking in the pits via the Hyundai Curva, the hairpin bend of the Grand Prix track. Also, though, out on the main circuit is Christian Engelhardt in the Conrad Lamborghini Huracan. But again, this car's been through that slow sector 3.
Yeah, has-not set a time yet, but what we can't gauge is just how slow they had to go with the double wave yellows of Maro Engel's car at the side. Then, of course, the slow zone, we know how fast or slow they had to go to. That's 60 kph. So certainly for Christian Engelhardt, Franz Conrad's car. Remember, this went really well in the hands of Pavel Lefterov, finished in the top, I think, 6 positions in TQ1. But he's got to the track, it seems to himself. Of course, when you've got half a dozen cars in the pits, that leaves just over 10 cars out on this circuit of 25 kilometres, so traffic would be not so much of a problem. Circuit looks magnificent today, except if your name is Maro Engel, who will be looking at it from under a very, very dark cloud.
The Nordschleife transition was just briefly on the yellows. I don't think that's a clue that the 80 car has made it all the way back there on a flatbed yet, but it was then very quickly wave green just 15 or so seconds later. Nobody was in the vicinity of the link road between Hohenrhein and the main start-finish straight. Now at Schwabenschwanz, though, Christian Engelhardt, 7 minutes and 30 seconds so far, but well down on a potential or provisional pole lap within this session. Not that you can take pole position in top qualifying 2. We're still looking at the top 7 cars, 5 of which are already parked in the pit lane. Maybe most are thinking we're not going to head out again because we won't need to.
Yeah, from the very top, but those not in the top, some I think are quite simply sitting and waiting to see what's going to happen in terms of code 60, what's going to happen in terms of everything else. But what's happening? The clock is counting down. The minutes is dissipating all the time.
Well, underneath that level of cars that had gotten through and were in front of Maro Engel, the cars that were behind Maro Engel are now going to sort of shift around on that grid beyond the top 7 that are qualifying through to TQ3. So there's still a reason to go out there, because you're talking about optimizing every other sector apart from sector 2 where there's a code 60. So there's still a qualifying session. It's just now over one sector less where you have to slow down. So there is still an element of competition out there.
And Christian Engelhardt has managed to lift himself at least above Maro Engel, who will not score a time in this, but at least now Engelhardt gets a time on the board and he can legitimately start 19th. There is a chance that he can bring that time down again, and as you say, even if you don't make it into the top 7, you're still fighting for 8th and 9th and 10th and other places back from there as well on the main grid to start as high up as possible in the first of the 3 start groups. Because if you weren't around for our coverage yesterday, our reminder that tomorrow's race will start with 3 separate grids, rolling grids, separated or set off at 2-minute intervals, and that's because the grid would just be ridiculously long, way too long to have 161 cars within it. So they are led around by individual pace cars, and their races begin at different times depending on what class you are in.
Just getting some comments from Jens Klingman, one of the 4 drivers driving that unique BMW M3 Touring. It's an M4 GT3, effectively topped by the fantastic touring body. And he said the track was really, really bad after yesterday's rain. I think it doesn't feel like peak performance for anybody right now. So
it's green.
It's green, very, very green. And Jens has so much experience around here.
It's not sector 2, as I said. I'm correcting myself. It's sector 3 where the issue is, and we're kind of calculating that it's costing drivers 10 seconds. So if we look at the end result at the lap time, and roughly it could be 10 seconds, it could be 12. It's a kind of an open book. But we're still recovering the Engel Mercedes, so we're still going to be code 60 for quite a lengthy time, and certainly beyond the 10 minutes and 30-odd seconds that we've got.
What you don't see necessarily at this moment is the fact that we reckon Maro Engel hit the curb on the right-hand side. That spat him left, and there's even less grip then off the racing line. By this point, the accident had happened. Look at that rear left wheel, which is still rotating, but not really attached to much suspension anymore. And then it finally dings into the barrier one more time. But he will have scraped some more damage into the 80 Ravenol Mercedes there. I think the Armco should be okay structurally on the right-hand side, but it was pushed back by a significant margin. As Joe mentioned, Armco barrier is designed to do that. It's designed to dissipate the energy. But that's how annoyed Maro Engel was with that self-inflicted error. There wasn't a car anywhere close to him. I wondered whether they might have been caught in a bit of traffic before we saw precisely how he ended up there. And that's quite a lot of work now for Winward Racing to do to the Mercedes. They've got all night, I suppose, should they need it. And to a certain degree, a modern-day GT3 car is modular. So the components will be being sourced as we speak. And they'll have to repair certainly one corner of that car. And the right-hand side will need some attention as well. But yes, not eligible for qualifying 3, any of the SP9 cars, and of course now we know that the 80 car is not going to get into top qualifying 3. There is a warm-up session though, so assuming everything is sorted in time for that, the warm-up session is on Saturday morning for 60 minutes from 10 AM through to 11. So that is the chance for the 80 car to get some kilometres under its repaired wheels in readiness for the start of the 54th edition of the Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, a 3 o'clock start tomorrow. So still the qualifying session continues, 8.5 minutes still to go. And if nothing else, a chance to, again, assess current track conditions. But how much risk do you necessarily want to put in, having, well, everybody has seen Maro Engel's very small mistake from someone so experienced around here. Ayanchen Guven you're going to struggle to wave him in at the end of this. He's just going round and round and round.
Well, when you know what you like, just carry on doing it. But yeah, no, the gun has been totally spied down. Because, you know, this year, the way that qualifying has been entirely reorganised. Took quite a while to get our heads around it, but I was really looking forward to the 20 being whittled down for the 7 that would join the 5 pre-qualifiers, and unfortunately, of all drivers to have spoilt that by one, you know, tiny slip-up, as Chan Guvin does actually choose to go the short way round back to the pits. We didn't get to see this, but for those that did a really good banker lap, Max Verstappen, Christian Cronjes, Dennis Olsen, that's Mercedes, Aston Martin, Ford, you know, they've got a smile on their face. And Marco Wittmann, best of the BMW drivers in 4th overall. But it's that jeopardy, Joe. How hard do you push on your first flyer? Or are you just gaining experience for the second one? But for most of them, they didn't even get a first flyer, or they did, but they'd already been interrupted because they had to go past the scene of the crime, the scene of Maro Engel's car sitting at the exit for Hatzenbach against the barriers.
And we've spoke all morning about small margins. It's also minute margins of error that caught Maro Engel out there. And how many laps has Maro Engel done around here? He'll be analysing that in his head now on the walk back or the ride back to the paddock. He'll be wondering. He'll have a look at the data. He'll have a look at the onboard. He'll have a look at the live stream footage. He'll be analysing everything about what happened there, just to get it right in his head as to what exactly happened.
And then as his head's on his pillow, he's closed his eyes, there'll be another replay being beamed through.
Absolutely. But
his job as a professional racing driver is to park it. Park that thought. Key is for the car to be put back. He knows the car's quick, because we've seen that through the practice sessions. He knows he's got very quick teammates. He knows he's quick, but it's still a shocker. But I think with his decades of experience, he can put it behind him. But if it was Johnny, if it was a much younger driver, they would be entirely haunted by that and not have a way to get around it.
Let's wait and see what Chan Guvin's going to do at the end of this Grand Prix lap, because he's been circling around the Grand Prix Strecke for the last probably 10 minutes or so, and now he's going to dive into the pit lane properly. So as the Hatzenbach is cleared, are Manthey going to give him a new set of tyres? He's been burning fuel nicely, but it's time potentially for a brand new set of slicks here. Manthey, as we know, are wily old foxes who've been at this game for so many years, and they think, right, no need for the Armco barrier to be repaired on Hatzenbach. That's going to be left by the sounds of things. Hoogeiken is now clear, and that were the yellow flags that were following the flatbed with the 80 Ravenol car on it. Kittelbacher Horse now yellows as the ADAC recovery lorry continues on its way. And it's surely a new set of tyres for Chan Guvin.
Out of the heaters as well, by the way. So preheated tyres about to go onto that. Stand back, because we're going to see a one-lap shootout here. All right, let's just take away the Sector 3. Ignore that bit. It is all about how you optimise the remaining sectors that you're allowed to go absolutely maximum on. So it's going to be quite dramatic. Well, look, I'm hoping that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, well, no, I think it is. Max Verstappen also looks so someone's taken his wheels, going to bring some fresh ones with fresh rubber. So this is suddenly refining it down to a tiny point. Those that are sitting at the top of the pile are not necessarily home and hose. Hopefully that rescue vehicle has now found an exit road to take the battered number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes away, but the clock continues to count down. 4 3/4 minutes remain. It's going to be an explosion of cars out onto the track, and just hopefully, the truck is still making its way to a gap in the barriers.
Yeah, it's down in Schwedenkreuz now. Where I think it's found a gap there. Yeah, it has. It's about to clear the track. Now, my concern was on the face of that, just how concerned are they about that Armco on the left that Engel struck. They must be happy with that, because we have cleared the code 60, the slow zone, as you described, moving around the track now. It's just out on the Flugplatz now, but about to disappear as it looks like that intervention vehicle is about to exit.
It is. It's behind the barriers.
Yeah, it's behind the barriers now. So we're about to see that slow zone disappear. So that is why we've got Verstappen's car now on fresh Michelin rubber and about to go out in quite dramatic style here. It's going to be a one-lap shootout, isn't it? 3 minutes and 40 seconds remain.
Not enough time to do a Nordschleife lap, so they're going to go around, do a Grand Prix lap, and then launch themselves from that inner lane to the right-hand side of the cones. And how busy is it going to be? Are we going to get that backup of traffic to the Vidal chicane again? Because we're going to get so many takers here of a potential 19 cars that remain in the session. Max Verstappen is rolling and is back into top qualifying 2. And away will go Ayhancan Guven in the 911 Manthey racing car, also on a brand new set of Michelin tyres.
Right, let's log what the fastest time is so far. It's set by Max Verstappen, Winward Racing, Mercedes number 3, 8 minutes 14.459 seconds. That's 2.3 seconds slower than the best time in TQ1, but they had an uninterrupted run. Don't discount Christian Cronjes, the Aston Martin driver, a real Nürburgring expert for Walk and Horse Motorsport, but still a host of drivers outside the top 7, the crucial top 7, who could get there.
You just said there, don't discount Cronjes, don't discount Dennis Olsen, don't discount Mark Whitman, don't discount
Chan Guven.
Let's not discount anybody in that 20-car lineup, because it's such a long lap, 25 kilometres, as Johnny described. Anything can happen there. A car getting caught out by traffic, a car hitting the barrier can destroy what is going to be this one-lap shootout here. So fingers crossed, we have a clean run to the flag here. But I tell you what, talk about drama. This is just a soap opera episode in one half-hour session, isn't it?
Script writer's gone early.
Yeah. They'll never allow this. The producers know he's going to throw this back. That script's unrealistic. So Max Verstappen goes quickest, and then there's a truncated session, and then there's a one-lap shootout, and then we're all watching, to see what happens. Fantastic. That's not realistic at all, that is it?
Here's Nick Yellerly. He's done a lap of the Grand Prix circuit, so crossed the line at pretty decent speed, and he's already into Sector 3, past the damaged Armco barrier, but that's obviously been looked at by the marshals. That's exactly the scene where Maro Engel's Mercedes came to rest, backwards, and, well, no inch left given or taken here by Nick Yellerly, who, remember, does have time to find. It's actually only 0.2 of a second on the current top 7. Well, what am I talking about? That top 7 and their times are going to alter dramatically, and Max Verstappen could not afford to be staying in the pit lane in his Mercedes for fear of dropping out of the top 7. But everybody who's still able to run in top qualifying 2 is now back out onto track.
You're concerned about the barriers on the left-hand side that Maro Engel struck in Hatzenbach, early part of Hatzenbach. Just very brief sight to them. It was a glancing blow. It wasn't a sort of impact blow, and that is why I think they've done their job, and he's we can carry on. But right now, number 130 Lamborghini, Nick Yellerly, he is shortening this lap. I mean, 25 kilometres, very generous length, but he's getting it down to about 24 3/4 at the moment. Every corner is being cut, which is what he has to do. This is a one-lap flyer for them.
63 seconds through Sector 3, which is much more like it. We were seeing times of 1 minute 20, 1 minute 25 sometimes past the various incidents that were being cleared, or the incident and the various bits of it. And now 10.2 seconds through Sector 4. But the crucial sectors on this long lap, Sectors 5 and 7 being the longest, and that is where even just a minor mistake can butterfly into a bigger deal. So Nick Yellerly we're keeping our eye on, but also Ayhancan Guven in the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche, Connor De Filippi in that BMW M3 Touring. It's an M4 underneath, but with the M3 Touring 24H series, 24H rather, body on the top of it. Vidal chicane now for the American. Ayhancan Guven is already onto Hatzenbach and working his way by the Maro Engel corner.
And I think the issue we just have to reiterate here was Nick Yellerly was very, very quick on his first flying lap, but the early stage, he caught those double-waved yellows passing Maro Engel. That made him back off by a handful of seconds, and thus the gap between him on his first flyer and the fastest was 4 seconds, so he could be right there at the sharp end, but for incident.
I'm glued to Sector 3 here. Yellerly was 63.3, Hesse was 63.6. Wittmann in the Schubert BMW was 63.4. Verstappen through there, 62.7. Verstappen on target to be quickest still with 62.7 there, putting him just at the front there, fastest as we get towards Sectors 4 and 5, which will be the next ones we check.
I reckon he'll get back to the pits, his coffee will still be hot.
The holder of the fastest Sector 5 time is Nick Yellerly, and he's gone even quicker than that now, doing a 1:45.7. So certainly the lap time for the 1:30 Red Bull team Lamborghini Huracan could pivot on that. He's just done another absolute best through Sector 6 as well.
And don't discount the driver in 19th place. I don't you get to use that phrase very often, but Christian Engelhardt, remember, he was the last one to set a flying lap. He was definitely interrupted by the code 60. So his best time at the moment is 18 seconds and a bit, down on the fastest time, but he's setting very, very quick times. Look out for him. He could still strike. Oh, by the way, 30 minutes have been completed. The session is over, but they get to complete these laps.
You mentioned Cronjes in the Volkenhurst Motorsport Aston. He's matched Verstappen 62.7, literally 85 thousandths of a second, less than that actually, about 60 thousandths of a second difference just off Verstappen's time through Sector 3. I'm still waiting for Sector 5 to come through.
We've seen Lamborghinis have pace, Mercedes have pace. Haven't talked to you about, right at the end, remember the Mustangs came good in TQ1, and we got Arjun Maini, who looks like he's setting the fastest lap of anybody out on the circuit at the moment. Arjun has been racing for us for our racing team for a while, but he's never performed like this. That car is clearly absolutely hooked up on its rubber right here, right now.
Felipe Fernandez-Laza has bailed. He's done 2 parts of the Grand Prix circuit, but now sneaks into the pits, and that will be the end of the session for the 35 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. No better, therefore, than 14th position for Felipe. But everybody else, bar Maro Engel, is remaining in the session as going through Brunchen, and almost stepping the tail out there was Nick Yellerly through the next sequence of corners. He's heading for Flansgarten, where the cars famously take off, and certainly the Lamborghini did exactly that through that little gap in the fence where the camera lens can be poked for a good view of that sequence of corners. Schwalbenschwanz, well, Stefan Beloff S first of all, then Schwalbenschwanz just around the next corner, and then how good is the Lamborghini down the long straight? There's going to be nobody around him to pick up a tow, whereas some of the other cars that were released in traffic might well benefit from that in the next few minutes. But everybody else, even, well, what about Lawrence Vantor in the 24 car? He's got a Sector 1 time. I don't think he crossed the line at the right point, though, in car 24.
Keep an eye on the 64 Mustang, guys.
Okay.
Arjun Maini,
Absolutely.
62.5.
Yeah, but I tell you what, the first time's coming on the board at this flying lap. Max Hesse suddenly put the Rover Racing, the sister car number 99, into 3rd position, with an 8-minute 16 and 8-minute 17 for Schnitzelarm, J-Mo Hartley into top 7. Top 7 is what counts, but this is not going to be. Someone is going to yank the rug in a second. How fast are we going to go? Are we going to get down into the 8-minute 12s? Waiting for Nick Yellerly to come through. He's going faster and faster towards the end of the lap. Green and white metallic car looks fantastic. It's also sounding amazing, the whistling down the Dottinger Her, and then the final twisters. See what he can do. Target time, well, target time is, you might as well go for the top, 8 minutes 14.4, but Max Verstappen will be lowering the end of this lap for sure. This is going to be right down. The checkered flag has been out for some considerable time, waiting for these cars to come round. Only 2 so far have crossed the line.
Here we go then, Yellerly across the line. What will his time be? Fastest. He does go to the top of the screen with an 8-minute 10.485. That blitzes the 2025 pole position time. That is not the pole position time that we're talking about, but he's faster than last year's 8 minutes 12 and 8 minutes 10.485. That's the target for everyone else.
Well, as I said, he was shortcutting every corner he possibly could without taking too many risks. The car, all 4 wheels off the ground at various points. So Solihull's finest has put it to the top for now. Only 7 go through, but who are those 7 going to be? I'd say Yellerly has definitely nailed his place.
And unfortunately, that means that J-Mo Hartling's not going to get through, because the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes is already slowing down, as now Christian Engelhardt will cross the line to go second, and that'll push Arjun Maini out, albeit for the time being, because as Bruce has already mentioned, Arjun Maini is on a tear in the number 64 Ford Mustang for HRT Ford Performance. So Marco Wittmann and the Schubert BMW still in. He's just done a 2:25.5 through that long Sector 7 as we catch up with Arjun Maini now, 11th fastest. What are his times like at the moment on this lap?
Yeah, I'm just saying you need to get below 8 minutes 16.8, and I think a whole host of cars absolutely have that within their power. So the darts has been thrown by Nick Yellerly, 8 minutes 10.485. He's top, but what are we going to get from Chan Guven? 911, the Manthey Racing Porsche, the huge celebration this year of all their success here across the years, an assembly of their outstanding cars. The yellow and green, the Grello as it's called, is one of those going to be at the top?
Guven has gone quicker than anyone else in Sector 7, 2:24.493. He is on target to improve on his 8 minutes 19. Target time is Yellerly, still sits at Yellerly's 8 minutes 10.485. Verstappen finishes.
Verstappen goes second fastest with an 8:11.6. What can Ayhancan Guven do, though, with that absolute best through the 7th sector? And he will go second. So he will push Max Verstappen down to 3rd position. Yellerly pits, Guven's in the 7. Verstappen should be in the 7, although who else is likely to improve? We've got a whole load of cars on the Dottinger Hood, including the M3 Touring for Connor De Filippi, and he will stay in 13th place.
Whoa, David Schumacher, I was waiting to see what the Fords could do. He's gone 5th fastest, but goes down to 6th. Adam Christodoulou goes into 5th. First driver outside is Benjamin Leuchter. Still about 6-7 cars to set a final flying lap. 8:10.485 to beat. Christian Cronje, as I said, watch for him. He goes 2nd fastest for the Walkenhorst Aston Martin team. Chan Guven down to 3rd. Dennis Olsen for Ford goes up into 4th place.
Verstappen is in 5th as well. It's only the 7 that will qualify through. Christodoulou up to 7th for Pro Sport there. His time in 8 minutes 13. Christodoulou, the last of the 7, qualifies into top 3, qualifying this afternoon.
Arjun Maini in the 64 goes 4th. So Verstappen drops to 6th position. Remember, he can afford to drop one more place, but if he finishes this session in 8th, then he will not progress into top qualifying 3. There's a bit of confusion immediately after the flag, by the way. But Maini, the 8:11.278, good enough to go 4th. But yes, it was sort of after you down at the Haug Hook between this Porsche and Ford combination.
Well, that's it. Everybody has crossed the finish line now.
So there we go. Verstappen does make it in to 6th place and therefore cements a spot into top qualifying 3, as does Christian Engelhardt in the Conrad Lamborghini Huracan. And that will mean that it has certainly beaten a few more that people would have had as favourites to finish in the top 7. But Franz Conrad just has this habit of choosing his driver lineup very wisely indeed. And they're going to be in the top 12 shake-up, which is a little bit later on this afternoon after standard qualifying 3 for the other categories of cars. But Nick Yellerly's awesome lap, the 8:10.485, ensures that he will be into top qualifying 3 in the Red Bull team Lamborghini Huracan. Or actually, more to the point, Nick Yellerly can't now qualify that car in TQ3 because all of the drivers that have either driven in TQ2 or 1 are now not eligible for top qualifying 3. But let me give you the list of cars that have progressed. The Red Bull team at Lamborghini, number 130. The number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. The 911 Manthey Racing Porsche. The 2 HRT Ford Racing Ford Mustangs, number 64 and 67. The number 3 Verstappen.com Mercedes AMG, driven by Max Verstappen, to 6th fastest in this session, and 7th quickest was Christian Engelhardt's Conrad Lamborghini Huracan. And there are the top 7 positions confirmed for top qualifying 3, and add those to the 5 that are already in: the 45 Ferrari, the 47 Mercedes, the 16 Audi, the number 1 BMW, and the 84 Lamborghini. And we have our 12 for top qualifying 3, and that is a session later on, as I say, this afternoon, which will begin at 1:35, but of course we'll be on air 5 minutes before that for a 60-minute session where 12 cars will compete, but in a very different format, because everybody gets 2 laps to qualify, but on their own. So yeah, they will be released from the start-finish line on a new set of tyres, full fuel again at 15-second intervals. And what normally happens is you draw lots to determine the order that they all set out. You'd like to be first on the road for fear of any incident ahead of you, I suppose. But that will be a 60-minute affair for 12 individual cars. Well, high-stakes stuff, particularly because of what happened to Maro Engel on Hatzenbach, doing damage to the barrier, doing more damage to his car. That obviously had to be repaired, and it meant a significant delay, and then effectively a 1-lap shootout to decide the top 7. So the drama was building nicely ahead of top qualifying 1 and then top qualifying 2. TQ1 by far the busiest session with as many as 49 cars, although I think we got to 46 or 47 with 1 or 2 not deciding to take part, those already pre-qualified. This was a huge incident though for Maro Engel in the narrative of top qualifying 2. It meant that the German could do no further running. He was bitterly frustrated with a fairly simple error in the tail end of Hatzenbach, doing a lot of damage to the rear left corner of that number 80 Ravenol Mercedes. That will be repaired in time for warm-up tomorrow morning, be rest assured. 10 o'clock for that session. Meanwhile, though, everybody else kind of sitting, waiting, deciding will the session go green or not. Many circulating on the Grand Prix lap, and in the end, Nick Yellerly left it pretty late to do the 8:10.4 to ensure that he would be one of the 7 to progress, and also through Max Verstappen's Mercedes, the Christian Engelhardt Conrad Lamborghini, 2 of the Ford Mustangs, the Anchen Guven-driven Porsche for Manthey Racing, and the Christian Krognes Aston Martin Vantage for Valkenhorst Motorsport. And now we have to wipe the drama of top qualifying away for the moment, because there are, well, a lot of big business to be done for the other categories within this race. John Hindhaugh, the 54th edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 Hours of the Nürburgring matters a great deal to the other 120-odd runners, and they're going to be deciding their absolute grid position in the next hour or so.
So we've got more than 20 poles still to, or about 20 poles still to be decided in this next session. I like this new format. I think that worked really, really well. Getting effectively a one-lap shootout at the end wasn't necessarily in the plan, and it certainly wasn't, Peter Snowden, in the plan for Maro Engel to inadvertently hand his teammate a bit of a leg up. I don't think Max Verstappen, a rookie here for the 24 hours, remember, let's just, you know, put that in context, that lap that he's just done, and still ending up in the top qualifying. That's all they wanted to do, get in the top qualifying, and they've done that, and I reckon it'll be Jules Gounon who'll take that car. We now turn our attention, oh, by the way, before we leave that top qualifying 2, congratulations to the marshals and the recovery for getting Maro Engel's number 80 Ravenol EMG off the track and away, so that we could have that last, I mean, all I had to do was get across the line, but they still had to do it, and what did we get, 3.5, 4 minutes? I mean, it didn't look like it was going to happen. Brilliant stuff.
Absolutely, 100%. As we say many, many times, the unsung heroes are behind the scenes. Everybody, so race control, race organisation, marshals, everybody gives it. We see the highlights, we see the bit at the front, we see the drivers doing this, that and the other. We see something, whether it be on camera or talking about it on radio, whatever we're discussing, we see an incident, discuss an incident, but it's everything like goes on behind, everything that goes into action when those things take place that do that. And I have to say, for Maro Engel, for me, that's what I'd call a real raised eyebrow moment. Of just most unlike him. We were waxing lyrical about him yesterday. I was putting him forward as a contender for being possibly the finest Mercedes GT driver on the planet currently. So perhaps Maro, I'm off his Christmas card list now.
You cursed him even without being there. Peter Snowden with me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth as we build towards setting another, as I say, 20 or so pole positions. Bruce Jones just stepping back in as well. The excitement of TQ1 and TQ2, we take a breather from that now and reset. We'll have 12 cars going off at 20-30 second intervals later on, which is a spectacle that I've loved since we started doing the shootout. I seem to remember McLaren going very, very well early on, and we should see, I think we'll probably see a qualifying lap record for later on in that. But now, for the bulk of the field, let's remind ourselves, this is their last opportunity, given that the darkness last night didn't have the kind of track conditions where you would have thought the they could have improved. They will have to do it in this next session.
Yeah, absolutely they will. But also, I suppose one good thing, last night it ended up with people basically just ticking off the laps because the track conditions were changing all the time. Now we've got dry playing surface, but still there are going to be 141 cars or thereabouts, and actually we're moving, no, it'd be about 80... No, I'll tell you what, we moved 49 cars out of the mix. We've still got about 112 cars coming out to play to do their qualifying. So they've got to counter traffic, counter the difference performance of the various cars from the other classes, keep their noses clean. But I tell you what, at the moment the drivers just simply focus on what they need to do, but what they will still find is a track that's cold, it's slippery, and if you do go onto the grass on either side of the circuit, you'll find it accelerates your car rather than slow it. And just remember, on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, the gap between the black part of the surface of the track and the barriers is sometimes in many parts no wider than 1 car width. So any mistake, and we saw Mauro Engel getting punished there for one little slip up. We saw Michele Di Martino didn't even get onto a flying lap in top qualifying 1. Get on the grass, you're done for. So there's got to be, John, an element where they're drawing back in from really hanging it out there.
Totally. You are talking about maybe 6 inches of a mistake there by Mauro. It goes to prove how hard he was pushing on that first lap.
100%, because I mean, you were just trying to get through the top 20, moving down to the top 7 qualifiers to go to TQ3. This is very different. This is an entirely different format. This is regular qualifying for the masses, for everybody, but still the amount of time to play, an hour and 5 minutes in this session. It's still going to be quick fire. You're still going to be rotating through drivers, if you will. So all around the circuit, people hanging out over the barriers to take a look at that. But it's a very different format from the top qualifying. And we will just absolutely test what is going to happen in the time ahead. It's going to go very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, and that the problem that they have in that Winwood garage, well, first of all, the good news is there's only 4 cars in that garage, so they've got plenty of room to work. It doesn't look too bad in that it looks like its suspension, left rear looks the worst, but left front steering had gone as well. The worry is the incremental damage on the drive line. Drive shaft pushed into differential gearbox. It's a transaxle on that car. That's going to all have to come out. They'll have to line up the back end and realign the car as well. Make sure there's nothing that's a contender. That car is a contender for overall. And
it's a rock-solid crew in that car. And, you know, there isn't a real dip. But, you know, the car will go back to base at Alton Dietz, and they will work very hard on it. But Winwood Racing, a huge amount of experience with Mercedes. But they've still got to do count by numbers.
Do you think they'll take that car off site to do that? Because they've got the rest of today.
I think they will, for that very factor. You know, if we were kicking off, they'll miss the warm-up. That doesn't matter. In the morning.
Do you think?
I think they'll miss the warm-up if they have to. They'd rather have it here for that. But I think it's, as you just mentioned, though they have capacious garage, 4 rather than 6 cars in it, they're still very cramped working conditions. So I think you get jobs done more efficiently. You've got the space. I'd take it off-site and get it fixed.
That's very interesting. They would have to have it re-scrutineered, of course, bring back in, so that they'll have to ask permission for that. We have had a car go and come back already. We've had a car replaced as well, the number 900 Porsche that was involved in the incident that took out the GT Racing all-female crew, the number 146 Porsche. That car out. The 900 car has been replaced. That is not the car that started the weekend or the week. And we had the Chris Meese, I'm calling it Chris Meese because he was in it when it had its unfortunate incident. That car was taken off site. Now that's only the Moist Path, which is literally up the road.
Hopping 3 skips.
Yes. And that car had we believe it's had a whole engine change. The 5.4 Coyote-based engine has been swapped out in that GT3 car, and it was back, and it was circulating for a little bit last night. So they'll have to get clearance to do that, to make sure that that's okay. That's an interesting one. How far is it to Alton Dietz? That's how long does it take them to pack that car up? When they get it back, stick it in a truck, take it away? Can they put it on a flatbed? Have they got another truck that can take it?
They've already lost time because it was pulled off the circuit.
Correct.
Towards Flugplatz. It was
Yeah.
you couldn't get it off a Hochreich and moving around. And then, there's traffic on the roads outside the circuit, but you don't have access roads all the way around the circuit, so it's probably out onto the public road. From there, and it's just losing time that's so valuable. But anyhow, with a team like Winward Racing, so super experienced, they'll be right on it. They're already, before the car's coming back, they'll have the requisite parts that they think might need replacing lined up, ready for the repair work. But 2 fallers so far, one in TQ1, which is Michele Di Martino, and then one right at the start of TQ2, top qualifying 2, Mauro Engel for Winward Racing. For everyone else, though, cars lined up in the pit lane, cars lined up beyond the pit lane, and in fact, with up to 6 cars in most of the garages here, there's queue even to get out of your own garage onto the pit apron. Good condition, though, sunny, dry weather conditions, and that's what's about to greet the drivers.
Sunshine greeting us here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the 54th edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24H of the Nürburgring. Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh for the opening part of this session. It is not warm. I've just been out the back of our broadcast booth, which is directly opposite the start line. We're right on the finish line, actually. We're right on the stripe. Couldn't be any closer. If there's a photo finish, we'll be able to do it with our cell phones come 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Huge crowds. It was, road-blockingly immense yesterday when people were trying to get in. It was a bank holiday here in Germany yesterday for Ascension Day, and people trying to get into the campsite. And this morning it wasn't so bad when we came in early deliberately, but there's still a steady stream of traffic coming down that road that runs parallel to the Dortiger Höhe.
Yeah, the whole enterprise of people getting motorhomes and their converted lorries into the endless areas of campsite around the track. And I don't know what proportion of the actual track side is a spectator area, but a lot of people, the people get here super early to go to places like Hatzenbach, where they set up, and you just have to walk past to just experience the craziness of the place and the effort people go to.
I love the idea of this being a sold-out event. They've sold all the tickets, but there's places where you don't need a ticket to get to because it's forest and people yomp in from miles away. So we actually never know how many people are watching this at the circuit. There are people who I know and I've spoken to down through the years, locals as well as some people from outside of Germany who have their own special little places that they go to. A bit like when we used to do forest rallying in the UK, up in Northumberland, there'd be those people who had managed somehow to get hold of a duplicate forestry key so that they could open the odd barrier, and that sort of thing happens here as well. And people go up on 4-wheelers and dirt bikes and mountain bikes, pedal bikes as well.
It takes a lot of planning, and the worst words you can hear when you've yopped a long way to get a spectator point is, I thought you brought the bottle opener.
Yes, very good point. Clouds gathering from the southwest, but it's still much brighter than we've had in the past, in the early part of this week. So we had just under 50 cars in the top qualifying that were eligible to take place in top qualifying. The rest of the 111 cars now get to go out for, I think this will be their quickest session. It's by far the warmest temperature on the track, even if not in the air.
I have to correct you there, John. 112 cars. 161 was the number we got up to. That's what we started. One didn't go out early on. But now, this is the fusion of roughly about 20 different classes of cars. And the simpler ones to follow are the Cup 2 Porsches, because they're just 992 Cup class cars, which race in various championships around the world. Then the Cup 3, those are Porsche 718 Caymans. But we have everything else in between. We've got front-wheel drive, we've got rear-wheel drive, we've got one 4-wheel drive car in the race, we've got cars that are production-based, we've got cars that are very much sort of junior GT categories, all with their own classes. And through the course of the race, they begin to sort of form their own pattern. But right now, it's a mélange, it's an absolute mixture as all the cars go out, all with one purpose, to qualify as well as they possibly can. They'll be saying, dry track, tick. It's a cold, dry track, though, so please remember, for all the drivers, they need to get out, they need to burn off a bit of the heat, get the heat into the tyres, burn off a bit of the fuel, but it's really not out and out about setting the best time. It's about setting a sensible time, getting your drivers comfortable, because, of course, it's a 24-hour race we're going to. The really tight stuff in qualifying was to define the top few rows of the ultimate grid. We've still got top qualifying 3 to come. 12 fastest cars, or 5 pre-qualifiers and the 7 fastest from an astonishing top qualifying 2 session, an interrupted session. But right now, we're going qualifying in a more simpler, old-fashioned way.
Hello to Robert Cruiser, who's been tuned in from North Carolina for a while, and his daughter Ellie tuned in as well yesterday in Chicago. It's 5 o'clock in the morning Central Time. Oh, yeah, spot on. And Ryan Hoover Transport just outside, getting ready to go to work. Matt Hunter from the UK tuned in. The Simcast was a great show last night. We'll have that for you on the archive as well. If you weren't listening, they did a little preview of this as well. And if you want to get in touch, it's at RSL_studio and use the hashtag RSLN24. I was amazed yesterday that this race keeps doing this to me. Just the variety of people who were tuning in, and the different territories. We had at least a couple of people in Trinidad. Not sure whether they were having a party together or whether they've met up since. South Africa tuned in, a lot of Australia, in a variety of the Antipodes, actually. Our colleague Phil Anson, back in God's country, as he would certainly tell me. He was listening in. Welsh. Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't realise he was from County Durham, the land of the Prince Bishops. Let us know where you're watching and listening from. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Later on today, we will have English language world feed coverage of the DHL-M, which is sort of the replacement for the young timer race that we've had in the past. It's not exactly the same cars, though, Bruce.
No, I think a lot of them still exist, because these are cars from sort of 30 to 40 to 50 years ago, but a lot of them have got, they have the cages in, but a lot of them are used regularly for people doing the day laps around the Nordschleife. A lot are race, but they're not the out-and-out built for racing cars, but it's going to be a packed field, and, you know, wandering around the paddock, you know, I come from a lot of, as you do, John, quite a lot of historic, top-end historic racing. This is sort of somewhere further down, but it's people coming to race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And seriously, you know, I can't think of a driver in the world who wouldn't want to come at one point in their career to compete in something. So it's this Deutsche Historic Langstreckenmeisterschaft. So the Langstrecke means racing around the Nürburgring, and we will get to see what they can do.
So now I've got to scroll my screen down to beyond the top 50 odd, haven't I, really, to see what's going on there. And then we'll also check the class leads as well. That's going to be really important for class pole positions, of which, as we mentioned, there are still a lot up for grabs. Now that is the sound of a Porsche. Yes, it's a GT3 Cup car, the Black Falcon Fanatec Manuel Metzger. Well, there's a name to conjure it with straight away. Knows his way around this place, but will not go out onto the Nordschleife. How clever was Manthey, keeping Chan-Guven going round, burning off the fuel. Even though they knew they were going to put a new set of Michelin tyres on, they put the white-walled, softer compound tyres on, and even though they knew that was going on, kept him warm, kept the car warm, kept the temperatures up, the brake temps and everything, and then sent him. I think, in point of fact, Nick Yellerly's lap was actually most impressive, because he hadn't been out. That was once round the Grand Prix circuit and off you go. And he was on for when you saw his splits after the incident that claimed Engel, he was fastest right through the middle part and the end of the track.
But he'd been slowed because he's going
20 seconds he lost.
waved yellow, but again, it was the ultimate jeopardy. This should be a very, very different session. This should be more standard. An hour and 5 minutes. We've just gone past the 1 hour still to go mark. A lot of drivers will find themselves in traffic. That's very much the nature of a 25-kilometre track with drivers in many different classes of cars. And it's funny, John, you go across the years how the categories ebb and flow in terms of the number of cars competing. The SP10 class cars, so cars that race in GT4 around the world, that's a number that's growing. TCR, the silhouette touring car class, is in decline. That used to put a huge number of cars into the race. They were made for sprints, but proved to be very, very good at long distance races, and their numbers have dwindled now.
Well, interestingly, a lot of them have gone over to SP3T because they have a tyre choice there, whereas the actual TCR class is a mandated tyre. So there's quite a lot of TCR cars in SP3T now that are effectively homologated TCR cars. Front-wheel drive, 4-cylinder, 2-litre, 360, 370 horsepower. They've got to have 4 or 5 doors. It could be a saloon or a hatchback.
But the trouble is, when you go through a cycle of a championship, we'll go back to qualifying in a second, it's the fact that inevitably, unavoidably, they become more expensive because you're looking to be the top in your category, not just compete in your category. And I think TCR is going through a little bit of a cost moment at the moment, but we will see someone else plugging a gap or TCR being reinvented. Many other classes beside. BMW have long time been supporters of the long distance racing at the Nürburgring. The M240i Cup has had some fantastic races. So what you have to do with the Nürburgring 24 hours, if you have the live timing on where you're watching around the world and you've got timing screens, you can pick your way through the classes. And some of the battles in the classes, Cup 2 Porsches, Cup 3 Porsches, it really doesn't matter which class, they will rage through the course of the 24 hours. So there's so much to watch. In fact, there's so much detail. You almost need to watch it twice to take it all in. But do try and make sure you've got a timing screen. You'll enjoy it so much more.
Hello to M Sport Extra, watching and listening at M Sport Extra HQ in Holland, enjoying what he is seeing and hearing. Thank you very much, by the way, for everybody who took the time to comment yesterday about the whole team. And obviously everyone behind the scenes as well. You hear our voices, but there's a whole team from our responsible adult, Eve Hewitt, from the guys at Nürburgring TV, all the technicians, the camera operators, etc. And then back in London at our main control room, Tim Gray, our executive producer for the radio part of Radio Show Limited's network of audio and visual channels, and his merry band of producers there. So it really does take a village when you come to a circuit that is this large. But it was very lovely for you to take time out to give us your thoughts about what you were seeing and hearing. We do cover all of the NLS races. I appreciate that some of you are here just for 1 or 2 drivers following a particular car, maybe some of your friends or whatever. But the rest of the season and the bulk of the NLS season, this race is not a part of that. It is a championship and it continues throughout the year. And we do a lot of other racing as well. Bruce and I will be at Spa Classic next weekend, which you can tune into. Then we're getting back into IMSA racing on the streets of Detroit, Mid-Ohio, Le Mans Test Weekend. We're the only people that broadcast live from Le Mans Test Weekend, then Le Mans 24, and so on and so forth through the season. I think at the last count it was 78 events, not races, events last year that the RSL network of audio and video channels were at, and by far the bulk of those have a video world feed TV style component. So if you are new to us and you're enjoying it, first of all, thank you, and thanks for your support. And you can follow us along the rest of the year as well. It's radiolemans.co or radio-show.co.uk, or indeed imsaradio.com. We've got video on there for the whole of the American series. It's we're not quite as busy as Maro Engel of 40 weekends a year for all of us, but not far off, Bruce.
Yeah. No, I was just taking a little look, actually. A little message has popped up. Long-time friend of mine, Chris Longmore, said 30 years ago I competed in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. As Max competes this weekend, I'm sure he won't be cleaning his own windscreen at the pit stops.
No.
He said that year we were the only Mercedes on the grid, which seems extraordinary. He said, so we had amazing support from one camp of German fans, etc., etc. about them appearing every lap, but he said the 1996 Nürburgring 24H, of course, was the first time it was won by a woman, Sabine Schmitz, Sabine Reck as she was at the time. We didn't win our class, but we just had the most amazing time. Every team competing, whether in the fastest car or the slowest, will have not one story, they'll have endless stories to tell about this event. But it is a far more professional event now than it was, 30 years ago. It's been absolutely transformed. And, the quality of the car, the quality of the preparation, the level of promotion, the level of where it's televised and received around the world. It's a global race now. It grew from being a German race, getting its international feet and spreading its wings, but it really is absolutely at the zenith now.
The infrastructure investment by the new owner group, which came in a few years ago now, and there was a time, let's not forget, there was a time when it looked like we might lose racing at the Nürburgring altogether because of financial difficulties. I think we get a spot of rain here and there on the Grand Prix circuit, raining out of a clear blue sky, bizarrely, at the moment. If Carlo Van Dam's view in the Subaru four-wheel drive STI, the WRX, is anything to go by with the flat four engine, that distinctive flat four rumble, we could have lost it. We didn't. And the new people came in and spent money. And some of the things that Bruce was talking about there completely ran fibre optic cable around the whole Nordschleife, so that when we come for the two-day events, which are effectively a one-day event, everything qualifying and the race on a Saturday usually for the NLS, they can plug their cameras in fairly easily. We've got more helicopter coverage in the NLS than we've ever had before. The facilities for us as press and broadcasters and for our technical colleagues have never been better than they are. Yes, there's a big spotlight being shone on it this year because of Windwards and Verstappen.com and Max Verstappen himself, but this is not the start of it. This started, we've been coming here since 2007, and I know exactly why, because it was the weekend of my first wedding anniversary. So it was June the 9th and 10th was that year, and it was Gran Turismo, it was Assetto Corsa, iRacing, it was the availability of being able to stream. When we first came along, even in those days, in the early 2000s, mid-2000s, we were doing radio coverage only. The pictures didn't go through the night. We didn't go through the night for the first couple of years, and then we decided we'd give it a go. And then talking to the guys at the Nürburgring, they thought it'd be a good idea if they added our audio to a streaming video.
They said it would never catch on.
Never catch on. Well, Bernie Eccleston never thought it would, of course. One of the few mistakes he's made.
One thing that really focuses me on the steps coming forward, I saw some camera angles yesterday I've never seen before. Anything, this circuit, I could sit all day watching onboard footage around, but I saw some angles that I didn't know existed, and what it showed is the sheer rise and fall of this circuit, and the fact it just snakes around a forest. There are villages within the inner part of the circuit, believe it or not. It's truly extraordinary, but just getting your head around 25 kilometres plus the eternal factor, the weather. What is the weather going to do? What's it going to do this lap, or maybe if I'm a slower class car, in 12 minutes when I get around to do another lap? How much water's going to be there?
Well, it's talking to drivers down through the years, I've only ever driven either tourist laps or manufacturer days. Say I've never raced here yet. Bit of a plan going on for this year in a relatively quiet endurance August that I'm working on at the moment, but I'm not going to jinx it by saying too much at the moment. But this place is much more akin to driving your favourite country road. This just happens to come back in 25 kilometres to where you started. But think of it as a tarmac rally stage, actually.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was about to go.
Yeah. And you're doing, if you've got a really competent road car with very good brakes and you know what you're doing, you can probably do 3 laps off the bounce here before things start to get far too much overheated. I would never suggest that. I would say 2 laps at the absolute most in a road car. But I've been fortunate enough to jump into GT4 cars here on manufacturer days and do 3 or 4 laps straight off the back of each other. And even on a sunny day, you just don't know. even with only 15, 20 cars on the track at a manufacturer day, you just don't know that you might come across someone in the barriers, which is exactly what's happened to one of the Cup 4 cars, which is on the run up to... It's just coming up to Flugplatz, isn't it? Is it further round?
I think it's a little bit further up towards Arenberg, I think.
You might be right.
It's actually, again, this is a camera angle I haven't seen before.
No,
so
absolutely.
They've got some cameras mounted very, very high on cherry pickers. Of course, they have to come down when the lightning descends. Oh, in fact, it's right towards the end of the lap before you get to Schwalbenschwanz.
So just after the Stefan Bellof-Esses then. Yeah. On the right-hand side, driver's right, my apologies.
So just to let you know where that is, that's just before you get onto the longest straight on the circuit, the Dotting-Höhe. They didn't quite get there, so lap not completed.
Quickly take, before we get some times coming in, and I'll start going through the classes for you that we are setting pole positions for here. Hello to Emma, who's in Newcastle upon Tyne. So I'll put our religious and philosophical and cultural differences to one side, as you would say that I'm the wrong side of two rivers to you, Emma. But thank you for tuning in. Hope you are enjoying it. Tim Jacks at missing the N24 qualifying as he's setting off for Snetterton for the GT Cup meeting, where he's marshalling. Thank you to all the marshals, and there's a lot of British marshals here this weekend as well, and from other. I mean, it's a ridiculous number of people who are working. It's something getting on towards 5,000 people overall. Not all of those are marshals, but a lot of marshals here, as you might imagine. Roxy has been speaking to us across the weekend using RSL N24 as the hashtag at RSL_studio. Hello to Justin in South Africa, first time watching and now getting right into this event. And the nice thing about this is there is something for pretty much everybody. If you're a touring car fan, if you're a Porsche fan, if you're a BMW fan, if you're a BMW E36 or E39 fan, there are cars for you. And bringing the Z4s back this week with Volker Strycek, and he's bolted the Foxtail onto the one that he's running in, evoking, of course, the old Manta, the Triggers Broom Manta that went through so many different iterations. In some ways, this race is an anachronism, and I love it for that.
Yeah, another element, I think, is the sheer international spread. You know, you don't have to be racing in the SP9 class, the very top class, and you get lots of unbelievably cosmopolitan sort of conglomerations, teams with people from all around the world. But I particularly like it, you know, over the past couple of decades. This is a race that holds huge fascination to the Japanese racer. And for decades now, we've had all Japanese teams. It's gone so far away from being a largely German and European event. And then the manufacturers, if anyone was driving along on the public road alongside the main straight here, the Dotting-Höhe, used to be fields. And the whole point about this circuit being built in this part of Germany in the 1920s was to bring employment into a poor rural area. Now we want to have one of the centres of world motor racing built alongside the main straight at Moispath. Yep. And every time I go, there's another new building, shinier than the one before, with another manufacturer, tyre supplier based there. This is a centre of excellence, so they've got there.
And beautifully, that street is Gottlieb Daimlerstrasse. That is where all of those technical centres are. And down, I mean, again, you make a very good point there, because when I first came here in whenever it was, 2007, might have been the end of 2006 actually, when we were planning the event and did some tourist laps and went out with some Aston Martins as well. There were maybe 4 technical centres there, maybe 5, and now pretty much every major motor group has one or shares one there, and the tyre suppliers, because this is the ultimate test. Whether you're racing a Hyundai here this weekend, their rally cars in the World Rally Championship this season, and congratulations to them for a fabulous result in Portugal last weekend. A real fillip to Andrew Wheatley and the rest of the team. They've got a joint Nanking, which is their R&D centre in Korea, and Nürburgring livery on their cars, watching a Porsche going slowly, and now we know why, because it's hit the wall, and it is the Wolfall 320, 47th position for that car. And that car with now damage to the suspension. So I think that's Lopez Cesarato in that GT3 Cup car. Second in the alternative fuels category. Must remember to turn my split times off now, because I now can't see my whole screen. But this place has just become the place to do as close to real-world testing, country road testing as you can, but doing 250 to 300 Ks at places. So, you know, 120, 130 miles an hour. The manufacturers all pay money to come here. They have an agreement that when they bring their prototype cars out, that they don't photograph each other, that they don't have a too close a look. They roll them in from the test centres. Of course, you have the spy photographers standing around waiting to see them all in that sort of Baltic razzle-dazzle camouflage. That's not... Is that the same Porsche?
No. It's GT. It's a Supra.
Yeah, I thought so. GR Supra.
Smoking away, what, 95% of the way around the lap. So the Porsche's at a gap along the Dottinger. That will be taken through. Double wave yellows there for all the cars coming down that main straight where they hit. You know, VMAX can't do that right now. But what you talked, John, about the number of people working at this circuit, not just the marshals, but also the rescue crews. And you need multiple flatbed trucks. You need multiple course vehicles that can get in position with their flashing lights on the roof to make plain where a situation is. So
yeah,
another car to be towed away.
And safety aspect is another part of the improvements, as I'm reminded by Johannes. 46 electronic signal panels being added round the track. They used to use them just in the night time. They've been used in the day now to supplement the marshals' flags. Hello to Wet Siggy. That's a great handle. Appreciating the coverage. Funny to see the cars driving around at 9 degrees at midday in Germany when I'm shivering here at 18 degrees at 8 p.m. at night in Australia. Weather is certainly very different over there. Yeah. You haven't endeared yourself to me, Wet Siggy, from Australia. Welcome, and have a lovely evening. Hope you're going to stay for TQ3, single car qualifying effectively. Auckland, New Zealand, amazing show, incredible footage. A lot of people commenting, as Bruce just has, about the new aerial shots, the higher up shots, really giving a sense of scale to this place. And then, of course, the brilliant onboard camera shots that we get now, which are... I mean, it was one of the things I thought about the F1 movie. I watched the F1 movie, and they got a technical Oscar for that. And I was actually quite underwhelmed by not the film as a whole. I watched that with an open mind. But the thing is, onboard shots nowadays, at all level of motor racing, are more cinematic than cinema is, in fact.
100%, but one that will always stand out for me, the very tight, but almost entirely concrete-bound Norris Ring circuit in Germany, eons ago, but let's say very late 80s, very early days of smaller cameras. Christian Danner had one mounted on the door of his car about halfway down, and he came out of one of the chicanes and his Alfa Romeo, bang, he wiped it off the ball. And the level of flinching
on the outside
of the outside,
yeah, right,
it was a right-left flick, but he didn't quite flick enough to the left, and it's a smash into the ball. You felt like you're going to fall behind the sofa. The camera absolutely destroyed, but did its job, got the action.
Right, we've got about 40 minutes to go, so let's look through some of the pole sitters in the classes who are out qualifying at the moment. In 26th overall, but AT2 weren't allowed to take part in top qualifying. But that tells you how quick the best of the AT2 cars are. That is the Black Falcon number 632. Alternative technologies, alternative fuel, generally speaking. Although we're running on Excellium Total Energy fuel, which I think is now 100% renewable anyway. So not awfully sure what alternative technology is for. We need to dive into that. We haven't got any diesel cars anymore, but that car, I watched that fuel yesterday, the 632, the Black Falcon car. It's the yellow and black car, and they've done an 837 721 in this session that has pushed them to 26th overall and leading in AT2. This is their final qualifying session. Cup 2, it's a really, really tight affair between two Mühlner Motorsport cars, the 918 and the 904, obviously Porsche GT3 Cup car, 991.1. They are separated in a lap of 8 minutes 38.5 seconds by 0.2 of a second. And that's the battle for pole position, as we've got on the BMW M2 Cup cars off to driver's right. And now that, I think, is that Ice Curve or somewhere like that, a little bit further round,
Dottinger-Her, maybe.
And is he facing the wrong direction?
What I was talking about, sorry, but I meant
he's facing the wrong direction, is he? I need to see a car come through. It's heading up the hill to Mood Curve, I think. But we had a very, very tight shot on it, and if you don't have a small, he's heading in the right direction, you do not have a small, I see where he is now, he's just after Flugplatz. He's just after Flugplatz, the right-hander, and that is, even in one of those cars, that is scary fast. Understeered off, hit an untyre protected part of the barrier on driver's left, so he's heading up the hill towards the top of the hill at Arnberg, and that BMW then sitting parked rather forlornly and will not take any further part.
The two right-hand wheels way off the ground as it impacted the barrier, but it came back into terra firma, slid across the track. Barriers have contained it, but that would have gone from all going fine to all not going fine very quickly indeed.
So just to let you know, see if we can identify the car. Actually lost it early, actually, and understeer. There was a little flick and an understeer. Oh dear, I don't like that at all. Driver's side as well going in. That GT3 Cup 2 battle, the Porsche Carrera Cup car battle, is phenomenal, because we've got the top 7 separated by just on 8 seconds in that battle, and this is their final opportunity to improve. Let's scroll down a little further for some more class leaders for you. It is the Hyundai Motorsports TCR 830, which is a perennial pole sitter and winner here. 8:52.7 they just did last time around, ahead of the rest of their pack. Then that's in 45th overall, so inside the top 50 for a TCR car, when there are 40 SP9 cars out there. That's pretty impressive. And let me just see what that is. So they are under 40 seconds away from the fastest time we've seen. That's actually quite quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a little 2-litre front-wheel drive car. Now, TCRs are purpose-built race cars. Let's remind ourselves. SP10 is the 888 Hover Racing GT4 Evo BMW. That is the GT4 class. They're in 49th position. They've just set their 856. 858 for Ryder Engineering's Cup car. That's the SP7, number 91, sitting in 50th position. It is the Max Kreisser Racing VW GTI Club Sport that leads the SP4T category on 9 minutes. So all of the top 51, in fact, are under 9 minutes, and then we're into the 9-minute laps, which is still, that's not hanging around. Remember, that includes almost the full Grand Prix circuit as well. So SP4T is the category that the Hyundai Elantras with that development prototype engine, road car engine, are running in. So that's going to be an interesting battle. Behind them in Cup 3, which is another Porsche class, but for Porsche Cayman GT4s effectively. That is the W&S Motorsport car, which has been fastest all week. They've not actually improved their time from yesterday. They were on a 9:02 yesterday, and they've not yet improved that today. Well, they are out on the circuit at them. Actually, I'm saying that I don't know. It might have been the lap before that. I'll go back and check that in a moment. And they sit in a very creditable 58th position, so that's, you know, well inside the top half of the field. Some more pole sitters, provisional pole sitters at the moment. We go down into the 90s for the BMW M240i, started as the M235i category, and then they got a bit of an engine upgrade, not a bore out, but a little bit more power, some change in the electronics a few years ago. That used to be the entry level for BMW M Motorsport. That's now the BMW M2 Cup, but it's the 195 car sitting in 93rd. That's one of the myriad of adrenaline motorsport cars that take up the last 2 boxes at pit out. In fact, I think they've got 2.5 boxes down there. Adrenaline with always a fantastically turned out set of cars in a variety of the classes. SP2T is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Yaris with the Japanese squad, the 109 car, and that leading there. That's a very interesting programme as well. Go and read up about that. V6 is the Porsche Cayman S, number 448. No team name there, but that's all right. That could just be a bunch of friends, or maybe they've rented a car. And what did I say? They were in position 97, so still inside the top 100. Max Kreuzer Racing SP3T, that's another GTI Club Sport Golf, celebrating 50 years of the GTI next year. So we've got a Porsche rotating in blue and orange, but not your standard Gulf colours. I think it was the 925. Bruce will look that up while I finish going through these class leaders. The Valkenhorst Motorsport M2 racing car, that's the G87. The 898, they lead their class in 107th position. The VT2 rear drive, that's interesting, because the Subaru, sorry, no, it's not. Sub 7, sorry, my eyes. The Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i leads that, but only by 1/10 of a second from the Ravenol Japan Supra, number 519, and they're both in 111th and 112th position. Then it's the front-wheel drive P2, the four-wheel drive cars go into there as well, and it's the Audi S3, the Dupré Motorsport car that we've been talking about a lot. It's great effort, bright red car. That's number 480. And then we've done the 240i's. Then it'll be the V5, is it? That'll be another Adrenaline Motorsport car. I bet it is, yes. The 444 Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman sits in 119th position. And there's got to be a couple more. We haven't done the 325 class yet. And that is the number 100, down in 135th position. That leads that category. And I think we've got 2 more, SP3 and SP4. And it's the SP4 car that is slightly ahead on 159th. That is the number 152. And the number 277 SP3 is another BMW, an old E36. Still racing, 318 Ti, the little stubby, great piece of kit. And they've got a little series of their own as well. Cheney Motorsport being involved in building some of those cars as well. Really cost-effective way to go racing. Those are your class leaders at the moment, with exactly half of this session back. Bruce Jones has taken his leave and headed off for some Spätzle or whatever our catering is provided. Day catering's been superb. Looks damp on the far side of the circuit, Peter, so once again the rain clouds coming in. It's been lovely here at the start finish line, but the nature of the beast here is just tackle whatever you get when you get to it.
Our colleague you just mentioned, Bruce, nearly always says exactly the same thing, that the one thing that wins every single event that takes place on this circuit is the Nürburgring. The Nordschleife always has the final say.
We talk about Bathurst and Mount Panorama and Le Mans. You know, we often say the mountain chooses. Well, the ring chooses as well. I do honestly. I know it's terribly romantic and not very scientific, but I do feel that there's a personality here that the circuit brings. The layout of the circuit, where we are, the topography. even the hospitality of everywhere around and how they get into it. The Japanese very much believe when we go to Fuji, they talk about Fuji-san, which is the spirit of the mountain that exudes its way down to the track. And I kind of like that sort of feeling one with nature. And the Nürburgring has that kind of feel, doesn't it?
I totally agree. Every circuit's got a little bit of that sort of to it itself. Yeah, I'd say Le Mans in some ways is a little bit uninteresting, and in talking 24-hour races in that way. So, as in it's flat out. There's no real contours. And that's not putting it down, but you have other places, certain places like Monza, the Temple of Speed, has a majesty about it.
That's true.
There's something you go to there, and you think it's Monza, it's fast, you know, it's incredible. You come here, and I always think it's set by that Schloss, that castle.
Yes.
It's watching. It's been here. It's coming up to 100 years.
Yeah.
And you arrive. You can't help but arrive in the paddock, and there's this aura, and you sort of get the sensation of the circuit is watching you.
Correct. And no matter which way you come to the circuit, you almost feel the circuit, whether you're coming up from the south, and that's the Grand Prix circuit that you see first, and then you're at the back of the Dorint, and you know that Tiergarten is right there to your left-hand side as the Dacia comes out to see if it can improve its position in the number 300. I haven't checked to see where that one is in class. I will do in a second. Or you come from the other direction where the road runs directly parallel to the Nordschleife Her, and you drive down, and if there's cars on track, you're driving down there at 70 clicks or whatever the speed limit is. It is 70 clicks this weekend. I think it's normally 100, but they pull it down because there's so many people around this weekend. And you've got cars going past 20 yards away from you on your right-hand side, and you could be getting passed by a GT3 car doing 300 clicks, 320 clicks down the Nordschleife, and it's just, I love it. It drags you in at every moment, and well, as you rightly say, it's 1927, isn't it? It was completed. We're already into the 100th anniversary of the work having started. I think that was the back end of last year, sometime. As you can imagine, a massive engineering project that was effectively a job creation in quantitative easing in today's terminology. It was to bring jobs and to bring tourism. Yes, to take racing off the roads. The Eifelrennen, the old Eifelrennen, Eifel races were on the roads around here, which are, by the way, still superb. And some of the old Südschleife, when we had, I think there was once when we had the conjoined circuit for everything before the Grand Prix track was in position. Some of the old Südschleife is now public road, and you can still drive it. You can see some of the other stuff that goes into the campsite, but the nascent motor car industry took this place to heart, and it was built as a test and race facility. There was the test hill, effectively the shortcut, very steep shortcut, the Steilstrecke.
That's just to the left of the Caracciola.
Correct.
Carousel. You went straight on up there, which.
But it's a one in. I don't know what. One in
yeah.
2, 1 in 3, 1 in 4. I don't know. But it was a test hill, because in those days, it wasn't just about speed in the early days of the automobile. It was about torque, and it was about drivability. And can you get your car up that hill in the second of 3 gears that you might have had?
And in those days, of course, there was no social media and advertising and marketing the way we had. So the old adage, which comes about in the 60s of win on Sunday, sell on Monday, really applied, because if your product was successful and finished, it was much more about reliability. That became known, and people would then want to buy that product to use on the road, albeit, some cars had 20, 30 horsepower and stuff at the time, which you can't imagine now. We talk of a 30, 40 horsepower bop these days. Those cars had it in total. But that was the point of it, and as you say, it was job creation, and as my Lancastrian grandfather always used to say, there's nothing new.
No.
It's exactly the same thing. It's just 100 years later.
No, absolutely.
You've still got the Technopark, we've still got, teams over there.
Absolutely. Alfie 42 says, has the M3 Touring GT3 BMW had any changes to its BOP? There were some changes, but not to that car. I think the Ford Mustang's got a little break. The guys were talking about it this morning. Go on to the 24hrennen.de site, and all the technical bulletins are there in English and in German as well. Those cars aren't on the track list at the moment, the SP9, AT1s, SPX. They are, for the moment, taking a lunch break, and we will have the top 12. It's not the dirty dozen, it's the rapid dozen that we have, and they are out for single car qualifying later on this afternoon. Hello to Phil Bell, thank you. He's just reminded us, we were talking about the TCR, some of the TCR cars running in SP3T because they want to run a different tyre, same as some of the Cup cars as well, and the 632 not running the Cup tyre, so it's slotted into another class. And hello to, now I hope I get this right, Cesarito, watching at 6:40 a.m. in the morning in Chile. And we do have a Chilean driver this weekend, at least one. Bruce would tell me if there was any more. He's nipped off for lunch now. But you have someone to cheer for, Cesarito, in the field. And hello to Chile. That might be the first time. Matt Hunter is watching in Devon. He says, watching the SP9s at the Nürburgring seems comparable to driving down a single track Devon country lane, but at motorway speeds, with the almost constant threat of meeting a tractor coming the other way around the next corner. Ultimately incredible, and I will also have the utmost respect for the drivers. The bulletins, the regs, etc. Thank you, Johannes. 24h-information.de. 24h-information.de, and they're in German and English. If you want to get in touch with us, hashtag RSLN24 at RSL_studio. I think we might have seen the best of the conditions here, Peter, and with still 22 minutes to go, I can't see anybody improving their times from yesterday now. Those who did it early on have got it right. Anybody who's left their fastest driver for the second half of the session here has been caught out.
But John, stop looking at me and look out the window, and you've only got to see it there. It is absolutely tipping it down on the pit straight just before the BMW M Power bridge that connects our commentary box and TV side of the track with the media centre on the opposite side in the pits, with obviously the track in between. And it is torrential. We've got the red and yellow striped flags out now, which I'm old enough to call that an oil flag still, which I must be corrected on. It isn't an oil flag. It wasn't oil flag when I started racing, and obviously colour was quite a new thing then. But it's now officially a change of surface flag. So
debris.
Exactly.
Basically, it's track conditions.
That's the point of change of surface.
Correct.
Somebody might have run a little bit wide and put a little bit of gravel on it. They've got away with it, but the car behind may not. So it is, say, all debris, as you say, a little bit of something on the track. It's a change of surface condition warning.
I'm desperately honoured to be an ambassador for the British Motor Racing Marshals Club, and I wear their patch on my race suit in the odd times when I get to wear the race suit, either on a test day or even in anger. And my marshal colleagues, I say colleagues, my marshal friends and the people who make races work, tell me there's a short word. I think I can say. Can I say crap? I can.
Okay.
Crap on the track.
Okay. Yep.
Right. So
yes.
that it covers a multitude, as you say. Originally, slippery surface, flag, oil, water, coolant, whatever. But it basically means there is something on the track that affects grip.
Car removed associated parts.
Yes, indeed. Very good. Like that. That's very good. Yes. Or can't ride at pace.
Correct. Even better.
There we go.
Better. Yes.
Super.
None of these cars are going at pace at the moment, John, in these conditions. So we're looking at the Super at the moment, which I think is Hatzenbach.
Yeah, it is. Just finishing.
Just to the end of Hatzenbach there. So a quick look at that. And
that's a heck of a start, isn't it, to the Nürburgring lap? That you get onto the Hatzenbach, and in the GT cars, it's fourth. Third and fourth gear, which is rapid, and the commitment where Maro Engel went off that fast right-hander. You need to be, like so many places here, you need to be millimetre perfect, pretty much, at the kind of speeds these cars are taking through the corners nowadays.
I've said with our colleague Bruce when we cover NLS for you, John, on many occasions, to the point that people are probably bored of it, but it is the metaphor, it is the barometer, not just a weather, it is the barometer of changing from the Grand Prix circuit to go on to the old Nordschleife. It is a hairpin back left, and all the way around the Grand Prix circuit, you have one huge safety net, which is runoff areas. There may be gravel, but you can make a little mistake and you can possibly get away with it. Just to set the measure, when you arrive at the end of that lap on the Grand Prix circuit and turn 180 degrees left to go onto the Nordschleife, what are you greeted with? Firstly, as you say, a third gear in a GT3 car, 180 degree hairpin, effectively. Yep. Sharp left, certainly. What's on the outside? Not a white, there is a white line, but there's no grass.
Nope.
There's a barrier. Yep. There's a metal barrier.
Triple layer arm core.
It sets the tone for what you're about to see, the roller coaster of the hats and back. And even greater than that for me is they renamed that corner a few years ago, Shabine Smith's curve. Yep. And if ever there was a place to give her title, her name, her experience and talent onto that circuit, it's the beginning of the Nordschleife. Yeah. Take note, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to go onto the Nordschleife.
And if you are wide there, the camber doesn't help.
You're out.
Because you're going to understeer off of the little car, bang.
Yeah, but so are the next 2 or 3 cars behind you, because you're suddenly blocking the track.
Yeah, true.
And you do not want to be clattering. We don't want to be clattering the barriers anywhere. It's suboptimal, according to race engineers, I understand, and they use other Anglo-Saxon terms on the radio to describe that, convey that message to you. Oh, yes. I've heard tell.
Yes, absolutely.
You certainly don't want to be starting the lap there by just clattering the right rear and touching it. Just not what you want to be doing at all.
2 Chilean drivers, we reckon, in the race. Benjehitis is one. No, this is Cesarito coming back to me. I'll have to search through. Hites was the one that I was thinking about, but you're right, I have seen the Chilean flag somewhere else along the pit lane, and I can't bring it to mind at the moment. Hello to Mr. Madhouse from Zwolle in the Netherlands. I said he's been to this race years ago as a fan. Very cool to see Max Verstappen joining in. 2 seconds between the top 6 in qualifying on a 25-kilometre track. Insane. Thank you for the kind words as well. Well, we haven't set pole yet, and we might see that... Oh, no, I see it's got wet again. I was going to say we might see the qualifying lap record go here, but now that it's started raining again...
Now, am I right in saying the qualifying lap record is an 8:08 from Daniel Kielwitz in 2023?
In the Ferrari. Kielwitz in the Ferrari that year? That was the Fricatelli year, wasn't it? 2023?
Yes.
I'm doing that without notes.
I know you are.
I'm working without safety net.
No, John, I'm doing this to make me look average. You look good. I'm doing this to make me look average.
No. The two COVID years throw my timings out. I remember everything up to 2019 in the order that it happened, but the 2 COVID years scramble my brain in what our responsible adult Eve Hewitt, another very important part of the team, calls the global long yellow flag period, which I think is a brilliant way of describing...
That record is an 8 minutes 08.006. Daniel Kielwitz driving a Ferrari 296 GT3. I had the year right.
Wow. Yeah.
This is why you're lead and why I failed.
No, not at all. It was an incredible lap. I remember 8:08 for various musical reasons that we were talking about last night. It was quite funny to see. You know, people of a certain age when they go, oh yeah, 808 State, I've got their first album. So have I, on vinyl. But that dates you to a certain year, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Great, that first album, 808 State, actually. I may have to dig that out when I get back. Go down the storage unit. Be pointless, because I don't actually have a record player at the moment, but a pair of SL1200s are going to be finding their way to me when I've got a bit of clearing out of the studio to do, and at least 1, possibly 2 SL1200s are coming back into fashion now. They are as well. It is slippery everywhere on the circuits. Coming up later on, let's remind you, nobody's improving, by the way. So, oh no, you see, hang on. I say that, and that must have been a time just before. No, that's all right. I've reset, and just before the rain came in, the Hyundai Motorsport 8:30 did its fastest lap, 8:52.7. I think that was the time we were talking about, though. And second place in SP10, the Riley and Schnauk BMW GT4 Evo did a 9 minutes. Well, that was an improvement, because I said 51 cars. I know it still is 51 cars that are under 9 minutes. That's just on 9 minutes, 0.4. 9 minutes, 0.4. So, hello to Ryan in Hong Kong, who's listening. Snooty McFleud as well. Check the timings for wherever you are around the world as the Dacia goes out onto the Harts and back, comes down to the Sabine Schmitz curve. There been Sabina's 57th birthday yesterday. I make no apologies for saying that again. Make no apologies for saying how much I enjoyed working with her as well when we did a couple of Top Gear Live events. Tiffany Dell, me and Sabina Schmitz. Can you imagine how much fun we had? Both.
It wouldn't be broadcastable, would it then?
In the arena, but also at dinner and in the bar afterwards. And it was an absolute joy to work with Sabina. She took all of the little digs from the main Top Gear hoax in her stride, and never stopped smiling. And I think I saw somebody saying the other day they thought that she'd done more than 30,000 laps around here.
It's entirely plausible.
Because she was a part of the BMW Ring Taxi team for a very, very long time. Still the only female to have won outright, did it 2 years in a row. Of course, in the mid-70s.
But just one of those naturally gifted people that just had the ability, but absolutely devoid of any ego or whatever, could just go and do it, and just fabulous. Just one moment, John, just going back to about lap times around here, just as a matter of minute, while the time's a little bit slow at the moment. The outright lap record at the moment is held by an AMG 1 at a 6:29.
Yeah, that's only on the Nordschleife.
Yes, on the Nordschleife, but just put that 6:29, driven by one Mauro Engel.
The Ford GT Mark IV with Frederick Vervisch behind the wheel, got pretty close to that, and that is that was the fastest American car, I think, American manufactured car around here. They did that just a few weeks ago, and then they backed that up with another fast lap in a GT3 car as well. And then what else was I seeing the other day? Porsche reset some records. There's always people going out there and doing things. So what was that fast lap, did you say, for
Mauro Engel? 6:29.
Right, Timo Bernhard's done a 6.
I'm going to say 15 in my head or something.
I think it was quicker than that. I think it was a 6 or 7 in the optimised.
Yeah.
The optimised 919. In fact, was it a 5 something? When they turned everything up, they turned the hybrid up, they turned the engine up. The only thing they didn't change was the gearbox. They wanted an electrically operated gearbox, but they decided not to do that. They changed the aero. Michelin gave them a special set of tyres. And I always remember talking to Timo after that. He said, I think there was a bit of time left on the table there. So he went to Frank Steffenwalliser and said, I'll do another one while the weather's good. And Frank said, no, we've beaten Beloff's time. That's all we came here to do. Let's have some respect. And we'll call it at that.
So that was a 919 hybrid Evo.
Correct.
Yep. Okay.
What was that?
Little stats for you here. Okay. It's obviously on the Nordschleife only.
Correct.
Okay. So he averaged.
Yeah.
233.8k. That's 145.3 miles per hour. Average being the operative word there. And the time, John. Are you sitting down?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
19.5 seconds.
5:19. That's right. I knew it was something ridiculous.
Insane. It is available on various platforms as a YouTube type video. Sorry, I should have said that one. Other platforms available too, but do go and watch it, because the levels of concentration to keep that all hooked up and out of the scenery is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
I remember watching that and also watching the Peter Dumbreck electric lap as well, and wondering why they were braking in certain places. Then when I watched the video back for the second and third time, saw the speeds that they were going. By the way, Sabine Schmitz did not win back-to-back here when she was only 6 years old. I think I said the mid-70s. Yeah, I meant the mid-90s.
Yeah. I know she was good, but...
Yeah. She was, her and her sister. Her sister was a decent driver as well.
She won the VLN titles back-to-back and won 24-hour race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And still the only female to...
Mid-90s?
96 and 97, I think, the 24 hours for BMW. Incredible. Thank you, Tim Gray. That's why he's an executive producer, because he's listening to everything all the time. We are down to the last 8 minutes. Nobody is improving at the moment. A big thank you to all of our camera operators, particularly those who are up on the cherry pickers, where when it gets windy, it's very scary. And if we do get a bit of thunder and lightning in the air, those will come down. But we've been getting some incredible shots from that. A whole load of cars at the end of the first race lap tomorrow are going to be in the pit lane from various of the starting groups. If you're not used to this, we start different starting groups, round about 50 in the first group, which will be all the SP9 cars. Do you know it's dry on the far side of the circuit now? The Dacia is
that's great for the 5 cars that are out on the circuit at the moment.
Well, but also it's great for TQ3. Absolutely fantastic for TQ3. Dave, can you bring one charger for me, please? Then we might see a lap record. Yeah, the Dacia Logan
is out on circuit at the moment.
Yeah, just coming down towards Brunchen. Down 2 gears, staying off the curbs. The red and white curves, phenomenally slippy. Will burst into view in front of everyone who is parked up and watching down there. Through Brunchen, climbing up now on the other side. And so that's, just over halfway around, really. Just again, giving you the scale of the circuit. Bruce was saying early on, and you know, it's easy to forget that there are towns and villages within the circuit boundaries. A few years ago, we stayed very close to the entry to the track that we use, actually, and there was something not quite right when I went back for a quick sleep in the middle of the night. And of course, we were never there when there were any track sessions. So I was like, what is going on? And it wasn't the noise, because you get used to the noise. The noise is just happening. But it was the flickering of the headlights across the ceiling, because they were heading up through Flugplatz and up towards the top of the hill at Arenberg.
Did you go back to your clubbing days, did you?
It was bizarre. I was like, what's somebody... Because we were on a very quiet little street, and what is that flickering across this? So I get up and I sort of peer out the curtain, and I'm like, oh, the track is just there. And it felt like I'd almost reach out. And that's the joy of this place. It really is.
It always amuses when you drive down the road here and to go to the to get our creds, which is by the filling station, and you it still doesn't matter how many times I've done it. I've driven the race, I've driven on the road, I've done many of these commentaries with you for your team, and every time it still catches me. You drive down the road and you just look, there's a little bit, there's some, at the edge of the road, there's some fencing, and you think, why is the fencing so high? Of course, because that's the dotting a her, isn't it?
Exactly.
And they're there. And of course, at night, you can drive down that road and go back to your apartment or whatever if you are doing it. Why you want to leave a motor race circuit while the motor race on is beyond unfathomable. But there are the cars on the other side, and it's literally the other side of the fence.
I was just talking about that the other day, and if you're doing that and there's cars on track and you're pottering down at your 70 or 100 k's or whatever it is, and something whizzes across past your right shoulder doing twice that speed, it's quite funny. Hello to Tubbs and the team at Sacred Coffee, who power our broadcasts all around the world, and particularly useful here. We had a nice cup of Sacred this morning. We brought the coffee machine with us. We call them the official coffee of motorsport. They are the official coffee of Radio Show Limited when we're around the world and support an awful lot of drivers and teams as well. And at the moment, if you go to sacredpod.com/coffee, you can get 10% off with Race 10 in capitals, RACE 10, 10% off for those of you watching and listening. Hello Tubbs, hello everybody. Very busy time for motor racing at this time of the year, with Le Mans around the corner, IMSA, a couple of races on consecutive weekends for different categories of cars. We'll be covering all that for you as well. Looking forward to the next few months, and it's a much more sensible, it's not entirely sensible, but it's a slightly less bonkers calendar for endurance racing, particularly for the GT3 drivers, who last year the top drivers were at Le Mans for 2 weekends, test day on the Sunday, then obviously Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday and Sunday. Then they were here, and we drove straight across as well, and that then was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, another 24 hours race. And if that wasn't enough last year, then there were 90 clicks, 100 clicks up the road at Spa for another Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for this CrowdStrike Spa 24 hours.
I mean, 2 of the most majestic circuits in Europe,
back to back,
the world, and they're, as you say, just a few kilometres apart.
It took us,
and equally, John, couldn't be more different circuits.
No, indeed. Too long. I mean, let's not forget that Spa is just over 7 kilometres around, 7.001, so just over 4 miles.
In its current half form since 1979.
Well, yes, indeed so. But it's fast and it's technical and it's weather affected. The WEC last weekend there was a tremendous race. I stayed up there on Sunday, had a very quiet day of reflection, doing a bit of prep for here in Le Mans. I drove down on Monday and deliberately stayed off. There's a highway that you can drive down, but I didn't do that. I went the back roads, and even doing the back roads, it was well under 2 hours, taking it easy. And I stopped to do some shopping for our accommodation as well.
I think one of the things I like about Spa is it's got quite a flow to it.
It's lovely.
But they've changed it, which is why I like this place so much. Is that, you know, the days when I was first racing at Spa, you'd come up to the first corner, La Source, which is an acute hairpin, and on the outside there was a barrier. And that was it. So those were your self-imposed track limits, like we were describing earlier at Sabine Schmidt's curve going on to the Nordschleife here. You didn't have a massive runoff area and then a bit of gravel. You had a barrier.
So coming down to the end of what is the final qualifying for the bulk of the field, no major changes to what I gave you earlier on. The sun's shining brightly again, all the way from Schwedenkreuz to Breitscheid. Our April showers continue to toy with us. The rain radar is saying expect some more splashes in the Kallenhard-Versifen area shortly. So we might not get back to a full track. Still drivers out there wanting to improve their time, including in the Cayman Cup car, the number 440. That's the bright orange coloured car, and that is the second in V5 at the moment, sitting in 132nd position. And their class leader is Adrenaline Motorsport. What have they done? 9:59. Somebody's gone off. We've got a slow zone. And where are they? They're on a 10:17, so they're 18 seconds away. And they're not going to find that on this track, because that Adrenaline Motorsport time in pole for V5 was set when the track was bone dry at the start of the session. All of the improvements were set from yesterday's times, were set pretty early on in the session. Possibly the most impressive was that of the AT2 Black Falcon Porsche GT3 Cup car, and it was 6:32. That's a Steve Brown car, Steve Brown time, and he set an 8:37. That's right in the middle of the SP9 AT1s and SPX cars, and that's good enough for 26th. 2 Cup 2 cars in the top 30, and 7 Cup 2 cars, the Porsche Carrera Cup 992.1 cars, it's 7 of those in the top 40. They are quick cars. 8:38 the best time, and the top 2, the 2 Mühlner cars, the 918 and the 904. Actually, I meant to have a look to see which one Michelle Gatting is in. Spoke to her earlier on in the week.
Checkered flag is presented, John, and just to let you know, there are 3 cars on track still, and the furthest away is all the way up at just coming up to the carousel now, so we've got quite a way to go for that, but just 3 cars out there. One coming down the Dottinger up to Tiergarten now, so that'll be taking this lap and then coming back into the pits, but not much more track action from this session, John. As the sun comes out now, I repeat this just because it's so accurate. You said at the beginning of our broadcast yesterday, the weather is changeable for this weekend, and it's been proven by the hour, by the minute. It's 5 minutes ago I was saying, John, stop looking at me, look out of the window at the pouring rain. You've taken your eyes off me again, which I understand, and it's now bright sunshine.
Incredible. Fluffy clouds at the far side of the circuit now. So a final session that hasn't affected the top, of course, those times set earlier. And remember, the top 12 go into the shootout we had, or at least the top 7 that we had earlier, plus the 5 pre-qualified cars are in the shootout. That is the next action that will affect the top 6 rows of the grid. We got the qualifying drivers for that. Congratulations to the pole sitters. I've just scanned through, and all of the pole sitters that I gave you earlier on that were provisional at that time have retained their pole positions in the other 1, 2, 3, oh, hang on, easy to do it this way. 21 classes. They've all retained their pole positions, so there's been no changes to the pole. There have been some improvements today in that first part of this final practice session. So qualifying 3 brings to an end the conventional qualifying. So all of the grid with the times on the screens around the circuit and on the live timing via the internet, all of those times except the front 6 rows, all of those times have set the grid. So from 13th to 160, because we know there's going to be a couple of non-starters, or at least one non-starter at the moment. So all of those grid set spots are set, subject, of course, to post qualifying technical inspection. What we have now to identify is the top 12. So the top 12 shootout is actually called TQ3, top qualifying 3. And I'll give you the drivers for that in a wee second. So we started off in actually some of the best conditions we've had today, with even a little heat haze looking down the Dortiger. Times being set early on by those who went out. The two Milner Cup cars have ended up first and second in the Cup 2 class, right in the middle of the faster car field. Big incident at the Flugplatz for one of the M2 BMWs. And then the April showers, well, a bit more than that, to be honest, hit. Out went the slippery surface, rubbish on the track flags. And it was stair rods at one stage, just coming straight down with no wind to speak about, oddly, for this weekend. But now it's cleared up again, and we can look to the right from our commentary booth, right on the start-finish line, and quite actually right on the finish line, because the start line has been moved. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. Look to the right and see the classic shot of the castle on the top of the hill there, the top of the rise. Let me quickly give you the drivers, and I think the qualifying order as well. From it was drawn at random, and so the top Q3 or TQ3 draw, we'll see HRT Ford Racing start off with this was the car that had the engine change, and it will be Frederick Vervisch for Ford Mustang number 67, their GT3 Evo, the 2026 Evo. Then Grello, a lot of people's favourites this weekend. Thomas Preining, the Austrian driver, will take the 911 out second. Third, Daniel Hunkedaer for the number 3, the car that Max Verstappen got into the top dozen, courtesy of his 6th fastest time in the in TQ2. So he got in with a position to spare. KCMG's number 47 AMG will have David Pittard behind the wheel. That's the white, blue and black car, the number 4th off the grid. Then the Red Bull Abt Lamborghini Huracan, no Temerarios here, for the moment at least. That's an Evo version of that car. The 84 car will be driven by Luca Engsler for the qualifying, and he'll go off in 5th. In 6th, the Relais Condor Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari, the only Ferrari in the SP9 class. Again, Rinaldi know Ferrari very, very well, and in fact they helped out Fricadelli the year that they won the race. That'll be Thomas Neubauer who will drive the number 45 car. Rover Racing, last year's winner, the BMW M4 GT3 Evo. They'll go off in 7th, and it will be Raffaele Marciello who will be behind the wheel of that car. Into the second half of the top 12, Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini, the second of their cars, the number 130 Huracan, and that will be Marco Mappelli in that car. Maybe a surprise to some people that the Aston Martin got in, but my goodness me, what a lap that was to get them in. And the 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport will go off in 9th position with Nicky Team behind the wheel. Nicky Team in an Aston Martin on the Nordschleife in slightly damp conditions.
Yeah, there was an NLS round where he was driving that car, and Bruce and I were covering it, and it was one of the little bits of jeopardy where he was leading it.
Yeah.
And it was coming over to the line, coming down the Dortiger, and it's that bit where again, is he going to cross the line or not? Is he going to have to do an extra lap? Ideally, what he needs to do is not cross the line, and just back it off a bit. There was no competition, no need, no worry about losing a position or whatever. And he crossed the line with less than 10 seconds to spare. Yeah. So what did he do? As we said, so you've got to keep it clean. You've got to do another lap round here now.
Yep.
You're going to win this race, but not if you put it off or whatever. So what did Nicky team do? Set the fastest lap of the race
on the last lap.
On the last lap. And why?
Because he could.
Because he could.
Because he's Nicky team.
Yeah, because it's Nick. Exactly. Well, challenge accepted. Yes.
10th position will be another Lamborghini. So that's 3 Lambos. Slightly older version, I think. The Franz Conrad car. Actually, no, it shows as an Evo 2 as well. So updated version of the number 7, running in that sort of Miami blue colour that Franz Conrad has had for such a long time. It'll be Maxi Paul who'll be driving that. It does so remind me of Leighton House, that colour. Fantastic. I noticed there's some people doing some replica old style Leighton House sweatshirts on the web. I lusted.
I sense a purchase coming.
Well, you see, I lusted after, in periods when there were Leighton House Porsches at Le Mans. That was when I fell into it early in my Radio Le Mans career, and I saw the car and I saw them walking around in the paddock jackets, which were. You probably wouldn't be able to sell them now because there's probably far too much polyester and plastic in them. Sort of padded jacket, slightly padded, more like a rally jacket.
It's probably a fire risk in reality.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't go anywhere near a naked flame. You'd gone up you're looking up like an amaretti paper.
It's entirely flammable.
Yes, entirely, totally. But I fell for that then. So that's going off in 10th position. HRT Ford Racing, the number 64 car. So they've got 2 of their 3 Ford Mustang GT3s in there. And second to last will be, who are you choosing for the 64? Well, how about somebody who knows this place like the back of his hand, could probably drive most of it blindfold. It is, of course, Frank Stippler.
3-time winner.
Mr. 3 times. And the last car off the line, and this is going to be mega to see this. They're saying they don't have the speed in the dry. They would quite like it to be wet, so they might like it to be slightly slippery. There's life in the old R8 LMS GT3 for Share a Sport PHX, and the number 16 car will go off last, and it will be the Rabbit himself. Hase is German for Rabbit. Christ Hase will be going. He's relishing the challenge.
Isn't he just? And not just relishing, and responding.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that NLS race earlier in the year when Max was in the Mercedes and got away at the start. I think he qualified P3, got to P1 to start, and then Hase got past him on the dotting hoe at the end of the first lap, and then spent an hour, and I said it on air at the time, delivering a masterclass of how to drive a car around the Nordschleife.
It was outstanding.
And I have no doubt whatsoever that Max Verstappen sat behind him just going, almost like Top Gun, like, this kid's good.
Oh, yeah.
And watching and learning, which is what you expect somebody of that calibre to do.
Of course you do.
Sit and watch and learn from a ringmaster.
He's a sponge.
Yeah.
You sponge it up.
Absolutely. Well, any decent driver would do that.
Well, when somebody jumps across from a different form of motorsport into something where people are specialists, it's easy to forget, and we should always remember this. Even something like, I commentate on Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup, and we've had people from NASCAR, top classes of endurance racing around the world, IndyCar drivers jump into those cars. They are proper little race cars. They start as a road car, but they are basically stripped out, and they are the FLIS performance turn them into a proper race car, sequential box now as well. They are fabulous. Multimatic DSSV suspension, exactly the same as the AMGs have here. Really quite a sophisticated little racing car. But what you forget is these people who are jumping out of something very different, they are going up against people who are specialists in these cars and race them 16, 18, 20 times a year. In GT3...
And have done for a few years.
Yeah, and some of them have done for a few years, yeah. There's $1.3 million of prize money over the year in that category. that situation is literally times by 5 or 6 for the top GT3 drivers, because they are doing, I think I said it earlier, Mara Engel was telling me he was doing 40 race weekends a year, and so he's living in that car. His muscle memory must be incredible, and you know, whichever track it is, whatever set of tyres the series are running on, he's got the experience of being in the car. And you know, for Hasser, exactly the same. Chris Hasser, exactly the same. And for any driver to jump in from another series, particularly one as high profile as Max Verstappen, is a brave thing to do. It is a brave thing, because what's he got? He's got nothing to win, really, and everything to lose. And slotting in as he has done, and learning. The guys in his team are full of praise. It's a bit like when Valentino Rossi started taking four-wheel motorsport seriously, and he went into GT3 and basically he said, look, I have to start again now. Even though I've driven some GT3 cars before, I've done it for fun. I've got to start again now. And, you know, he's won big races.
I thought it a little bit over 30 years ago when Nigel Mansell was the reigning F1 champion, went off to IndyCar, came back, and he was, at one point, he was for 6 odd weeks, I think, he was the reigning F1 and IndyCar champion. Correct. Before Prost won it again in '93.
He should have won the Indy 500 that first year as well,
exactly.
Actually.
And Ford brought him back to UK in Donington, put him in a British touring car, and he did exceptionally well. But what a lot of people forget as well is that weekend he drove a TVR Tuscan.
That's right.
Arguably one of the best one-make series at that time. Top people in that: Chris Goodwin, Tim Harvey, Colin Blower, etc. Nigel Mansell jumped into one of those TVR Tuscans, which weren't the easiest things to handle, let's put it that way.
No.
Okay? And what did he do with it? He put it on the front row. Now, okay, Colin Blower, my old mentor, I've got to say it, pipped him to P1. Fair enough. But I always thought it was massive credit to Mansell to jump into something so utterly alien. For a start, the engine was up at the front. I wasn't used to that. And jump in a Tuscan against class field of those people and put it on the front row. Unfortunately, never took part in the race, but off the touring car thing. But it was an absolute credit. It was a real metric of just how good these people are.
We'll take a look at some of your questions that are coming in from around the world at RSL_studio. Use the hashtag RSLN24. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Live and free around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network, and the World Feed TV, available also free via Nürburgring 24 official YouTube channel. This is live coverage of the 54th ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So let's pick up on a couple of your questions. Hello to Robert, who's asking, well, you were talking about the Huracan. Are we still going to hear the Huracan V10 wheel when the Temerario V8 comes in? Going to miss them in IMSA. Well, they're still running in IMSA for the moment. There's a couple of teams still winning with them as well. They think I'm right in saying, I've sort of cleansed my mind of all things IMSA, took that SD card out of my head. I think last time out, Wayne Taylor Racing and the Dex Imaging 45 won their class.
SD standing for Series Default.
Yes, of course. So there's, I mean, GT3's a BOP category, so there's no reason why they can't still run. I think there's still a bit of work to do on the Temerario. This is the development year. It's happening within races as well with the teams that are running them. FAF Motorsport running the car in the States. So I think the answer is watch this space, to be honest. And I agree with you, the V10 sounds very special, but if you've been close to the side of the track when the V8 Temerario is running around, it's very obviously Lamborghini in its styling, of course. Very good. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24. Jim, I am. Hello, mate. How are you? He said, I had a friend who worked for Leighton House F1 team and gave us a load of kit. We wore it at Le Mans the year the 962 Porsche was there in Leighton House colours, and then basically just got different times then, Jim, mate, different times. Then we got everywhere pretending to be crew, and every time we were questioned about passes, we just employed the typical Gallic shrug. Quoi? Donc? And you can't do that now. You can't do that now. And we wouldn't endorse that either. Yeah, happy days though.
As you said, different times.
Yeah, different times. Absolutely, different times.
May not reflect the values of current times.
Well, indeed so, yes. Yes, security has changed an awful lot down through the years. Right, Snowy, we are going to pass over in a little while to the guys to continue the coverage of the shootout, which the boys will be coming in a little while for that. But before we go, what do you reckon? Those 12 cars, so we've got Fred Vervish, Tomek Preining, Daniel Hunkadea, that's Ford, Porsche, Mercedes. A Mercedes AMG as well for David Pittard, Lamborghini, 3 thereof, Luca Engsler, Marco Mappelli, and what was the third? Lamborghini, Maxi Paul. Then we've got the single Ferrari with Thomas Neubauer. The BMW, just the one, Rove Racing, last year's winner, was the only BMW here last year because of those clashes, because it was also, this race last weekend was also the sailing 6 hours of the Glen, which I had to call from here, remarkably.
How many BMWs do you need to win a race? One.
And it's wearing the one this year.
Exactly.
One Aston Martin, Nicky team, Frank Stippler in the Ford, and Fred Vervish in the Ford, and Shearer Sport PHX for Chris Haase. Where's your money? And will it depend? Could this be something as fickle as what number you've drawn out there if weather conditions change again? Because they've been swapping, you know, in TQ2. We all, you know, Max Verstappen almost got the fastest time. If the guys hadn't cleared up his teammate's car with 4 minutes to go, Max Verstappen would have had the fastest time because everybody behind him was, you know, that wasn't even Max's fastest lap, that first one, but everybody behind got delayed 20 seconds plus because of the code 60. Somebody makes a mistake, the weather comes in at a part of the circuit when it's behind you. Could it be something as fickle as the number that's been drawn out the hat by your team?
Entirely so. Factor in then the weather as well. Taking all that into account, if it's equal for everybody in that session, let's say, so a level playing field, because that could change it. If it's equal for everybody, you'd be hard-pressed not to put money on Hunkadea. You
think?
Yeah.
In the number 3 car.
I'm going to go to lunch.
Yeah, thanks. leave me with that. I mean, the fastest car in that top qualifying 2 session, I'm right in saying, was the Aston Martin JP, wasn't it? The Valkenhorst? No, it was the Red Bull, excuse me, yes. It was Nick Yellerly in the Red Bull Lambo, that's right, he timed coming out perfectly. Well, that's Marco Mappelli, and he'll start 8th. So, I don't know where my money's going. I really don't know where my money's going on this, and that's the joy. Each car that we've mentioned in that top dozen will have the opportunity to do 2 laps. If you peel back in and around, you will lose the opportunity to go for that lap. So you can't just endlessly circle the Grand Prix circuit much as you might want to. Mr. J says, why does the blue number light in the windscreen flash? I saw the onboard reflection of that light last night on the bonnet of the Porsche. I think it was maddening for the driver. It's actually to tell everybody else there's a faster car coming up behind them. Blue light, blue flag. Also, you know and I know that if you get a blue light in your rear view, you get that horrible dry mouth and sort of metallic taste, even if you're not speeding, and your foot comes off the throttle straight away. Okay, maybe not. And just that's basically just to give the slower cars in the race. So stand by for action. Keep the questions coming in. And outside of SP9, is it someone for the low crosser to get a good result by being consistent? Yes, it absolutely is. And I think we will see some of the Cup 2 cars that will be inside the top 30. We've seen that to go. But now it's time to go qualifying here at the ADAC RAVENOL 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Well, it's often said that when the green flag drops, then the talking stops. I've slightly paraphrased that because I really quite like this job. However, to a certain extent, and certainly for the 12 cars and drivers that we're about to see, the opportunity for talking is all over. Everything from 13th down to 160 in terms of the grid is set. Yep. Basically, all of those grid positions is now set, subject to all of the cars getting through post-qualifying scrutineering and being deemed legal by ADAC and their scrutineers. What we've yet to find out is where the top 6 rows, or how the top 6 rows will be made up. In a week where the weather has been the headline in some respects, there is one headline that we'll talk about in a minute, as Johnny Palmer has joined me, John Hindhaugh, in the Global Broadcast Centre for our live free coverage in sound and vision around the world of the what is now called TQ3, kind of a shootout. Cars will be waved off by our race director Walter Hoenig, who will set the guys off at 20 seconds or so intervals for a maximum of 2 laps around the Nürburgring Nordschleife to find out who's going to get pole position. The story, in some ways, JP, other than the weather, which has been notoriously fickle and decided to stick its fingers in pretty much every session, bar the very first one that we had yesterday, the weather has been mixed in every other one. It's dry, it's wet, the weather has come, the weather has gone, the weather's caused issues. The other story is a car that's not in the top 12.
The 80 car, are you talking about? Yeah, Maro Engel, who surely was nailed on for a top 7 finishing position in top qualifying 2, went out onto the hats and back on his first flying lap and just pushed it a bit too wide, maybe taking a bit too much curb. That bounced the car to the left out into the marbles and drilled the barrier very heavily indeed at fairly high speed. Now, the Armco barrier did its job in containing the car within the circuit, but that meant that it bounced over to the right-hand side, then did further damage there, and Engel was out on the spot. I don't remember ever seeing Maro Engel actually make a mistake around this place. Yeah, ever see him crash a car. But we've seen big stars fall out in qualifying. Just think about Laurens Vanthoor in the qualifying format here last year. So this was the incident running just a tad too wide. What you didn't see was him clipping the curb, which may well have been a contributory factor. The accident's already happened by this point. As he decelerates, just knocks into the barrier again, and then the car spins and goes backwards. But then it's his reaction, because he knows precisely what he's done, thumping the steering wheel, because that car, as you say, could very easily have been in the top 7.
Incredibly, for pretty much the rest of the session, just watch the right-hand curb here, just clipped it, and it kicked the car. I think he clipped it with the right rear, not with the front. And it just kicked the car sideways, and there's no run-off to the left at the end of the hats and back there. And for the rest of the session, it looked like he had handed his team car, the Verstappen.com Winward racing car, handed them the fastest time, because Max went through. Yeah. He was ahead of him when that happened. Max went through to a pretty clear run. Not Max's fastest time, because we'll come to that in a minute. But everybody behind was losing 20+ seconds in the slow zone whilst the car was recovered. But excellent work by the marshals meant that we were given just over 4 minutes. Now, you can't do a lap of the Nordschleife in 4 minutes. I hear you saying that. You are shouting that at me at the moment as the cars come out for the Fast 12, if you will, TQ3. But what you can do is nip round the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit and either come back into the pits or go around. And that's what Chan Guven did in the Manthey Grello 911 car. They kept him out. Kept him out till, 5 or 6 minutes was only left. Then they brought him in, put the car up on the high jacks as it is now, took off the set of Michelin tyres. Why was he doing that? He was burning off Total Energies Excellium race fuel. and getting the car lighter, because you're not allowed to refuel between those sessions.
Yeah.
They then banged on a new set of Michelin soft compound preheated slicks, and off he went. By the time he'd done that, Nick Yellerly was already gone. He hadn't been circulating. He did do one lap of the Grand Prix track, and then was the first car, therefore, onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife in what became, unintentionally, a one-lap shootout. And Yellerly had been quick in the second half of the lap. Once he'd got past the Engel car on his first flying lap, he was quicker than anybody else, but he'd lost that 20-odd seconds, so he was never going to make it up. And he was 4 seconds away from qualifying through. We needn't have worried about Yellerly, because he put in an absolute stormer.
When you consider that was his second flying lap as well, so he'd kind of done the first one as a sighter to work out where some of the damp stuff still was, but then to do an 8 minutes 10.485, and you remarked to me at the time that the fifth sector that was already in his hands as an absolute best, he then went even quicker.
Faster.
We thought this is going to be a real special lap. It's interesting how they've selected their drivers at the Red Bull team apt Lamborghini Huracan squad. There are only 3 in that pro car. Nicky Katzberg did top qualifying 1, so that eliminates him from 2 and 3. Nick Yellerly goes in for the second run. It has to be Marco Mappelli, therefore, to do the final run. And I'll remind you that each of the top qualifying sessions must begin with a car on a full tank of fuel.
Correct.
So these are very, very heavy cars for just 2 laps.
Yeah, maximum of 2 now. Hello to Iker in Spain, tuning in for the first time to the Nürburgring 24 hours, rooting for Grello. 30 years of Manthey, 20 years of Grello?
That sounds about right, yes.
Yeah, think so. All of the Grello cars, or a selection of, I think, half a dozen Grello cars, are in the fan area, just behind us and to our left. Cars coming out to do a sighting lap of the Grand Prix circuit, and then they'll line up in the starting order. This was drawn at random, so they should line up in this order. HRT Ford Racing have 2 cars in. Their first is the number 67. It will go first. Frederick Vervisch for that Mustang. He'll be followed off by the Manthey Grello 911 Porsche.
And it's 10 years of
Grello,
30 years of Manthey.
Thank you. And it's Thomas Preining, the Austrian Porsche driver there. Then Danny Hunketeer in the number 3 Verstappen Racing by Winward Racing. There's no consistency about that, how that car is referred to. So if you hear us calling it both, but on the official list here, it is down as Winward Racing, and the official list for this session, but it is the Verstappen.com car, of course. KCMG will be 4th up. That's another AMG. That's David Pittard. It's a good lad to have in your back pocket, isn't it, to send out.
Too right.
At the end. Team Red Bull apt. Luca Engsler, Lamborghini, number 84, will be 5th. Halfway through, realised Condor Racing with Rinaldi, the only Ferrari GT3 in the race, the 296. I did say the 499 there. He might have had an advantage if he'd been in the 499. The number 45 car goes off 6th. 7th, last year's winners, Raffaele Marciello in the Rover Racing Red and White BMW, M4 GT3 Evo, the Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Another Huracan, Red Bull Tina apt, Marco Mappelli in the number 130 car. Excellent livery on that car. Valkenhorst Aston Martin in the Vantage GT3. Goes off in 9th position for the number 34. The Franz Conrad Racing Lamborghini, the 3rd Lamborghini. Who would have bet that Lamborghini would have been the most numerate in the top 12? That wasn't on my bingo card. The number 7 Conrad blue car, light blue car, 10th position. Penultimate car off the line will be the number 64 HRT Ford Racing Mustang GT3 Evo. Frank Stippler behind the wheel. Said before, he knows this place. Absolutely incredible record here 3 times he stood on the top step of the podium and jumped in with both feet to this HRT Ford Racing programme when it was announced. Share a Sport PHX will be the last car out in the Audi. Not in the first flush of youth, the R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, but still a competitive car, particularly when it's been run by Share a Sport PHX, the old Phoenix Racing equipe, and particularly in the hands of Chris Haase. Where's your money, JP?
I'm going to sort of eliminate them one by one. I don't think Audi's quite got enough, although I'm intrigued by the sector times that had already put the 16 Share a Sport PHX car into this final session. Ford have intrigued me just based on their top qualifying 2 pace to have one of those cars. Where did they end up in the end? 4th fastest for Arjun Maini in TQ2.
That was but when we're talking about good laps, that was a great lap because again, he just jumped in and was on it immediately.
Yeah. I mean, 5 cars separated by a second in the end in very changeable conditions. In fact, both Fords were in the top 5 places. 3-minute board now being displayed.
Clear the grid, helpers aus, so all the helpers to leave.
I agree with you in that, you know, did anybody expect to have 3 Lambos in the session? And does that then tell us that it is a quick car? But clearly they're consistent across all 3 machines, and they're in different, 2 different teams. 2 entered by Red Bull Team Abt. The other is the long-standing number 7 entry from Franz Conrad and Conrad Motorsport for, it'll be Maximilian Paul to drive that car. But I have a feeling that the 2 Red Bull cars are going to be a smidge faster than that. We haven't really seen what the realised Kondo Racing Ferrari has got to offer, because bear in mind, even though that was eligible to do some laps in top qualifying 1, they weren't hard at it. It was one of those to break into the top 20. I don't think the 84 Lambo ran at all in top qualifying 1. If it did, it may well have just done a lap or 2 on the Grand Prix circuit. But 84, we haven't really seen the pure pace. And that was, we remarked at the time, a bit of a strange decision. Surely you would want to have at least some current running of how the track is today. You can't discount Grello in the 911. You certainly can't discount, let me attempt to get the name of this team right, Mercedes-AMG Team Verstappen Racing and the Winward Racing prepared car, particularly with Spanish driver Danny Juncadella at the wheel. So I'll give you 3. 911, the 3 Mercedes, and what sort of area are BMW in this year? Let's go for the Rover Racing BMW of Raffaele Marciello as defending champions. But that's the trophy we're fighting for today. The Glickenhaus Trophy for pole position. And that has been a long-standing trophy with everybody's name on it who've won it through the years since, I think, 2016.
Glickenhaus put an SPX car on pole position with, was it Fernando Leza who did that lap?
Yeah, not a bad shout. I'll have a look.
Back then. Hello to Harry Chandler, tuned in before the usual Friday afternoon bike ride. I still think this is the absolute best qualifying format of all the big races. Tweaked a little bit this year, but I do like this. It's not exactly single car qualifying, but it's close as you can get on a 10-minute lap, 9-minute lap. Right turn lover, hello RTL. Is the Red Bull Lambo in a Red Bull livery? The 130 is not. It's in a very fetching green colour, isn't it? The car that Nick Yellerly put into this session. And hello James Hazen as well. Long time no tweet, he says. Managed to crawl out of bed in time for the top qualifying 3 session. Some F1 fan co-workers pulling for Verstappen. So go number 3, whatever it takes to get them watching endurance racing. It's a fair point, well made. And hello to all of you who, like Max, are N24 rookies, learning about a new form of motorsport that is fundamentally different in every way. It's motorsport, but not as you know it if you've only been watching F1. I always say that different forms of motorsport, and particularly these 2 that we're talking about here, it's a bit like saying soccer and snooker are the same sport because it involves balls going into nets.
I suppose that's right. Yeah,
but the difference between this form of motorsport and Formula 1 is, it is a different sport.
There are lots of different ways to compete in motorised vehicles.
We're not saying anyone's better.
No, for sure.
You have to come at this with an open mind, with no preconceptions, forget about all other forms of motorsport, even endurance motorsport fans. You guys who watch Le Mans, you know you cannot bring your Le Mans brain, even an 8.5 mile track at Le Mans, you can't bring your Le Mans brain here to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You cleanse your mind. Take all the memory out and reset, because that's what this place is.
The other thing is that we've got two very different ways of going qualifying as well, because whereas in the past we've had a shootout, single lap or double lap qualifying to then get you into the next stage of double lap qualifying, that was a more conventional top qualifying session, as in everybody goes out for 30 minutes, 40 plus cars, nearly 50 actually by the end of it, all trying to get a quick time, whereas now we're doing qualifying where you're on your own, you're hoping not to see another car out there, although it can happen if one has a problem. You get the Nordschleife to yourself, and that is an incredibly rare treat these days.
Oh, the 130 mark on Mapelli car's just rolled off in its very green, reflective green colourway. What were those Opel fruits that were, not Opel fruits, the chewy ones that had the green stripes through them? That's what it reminds me of. And there was an airline that did a green and white colour scheme for a little while on some of their cars. Frank Stippler, second to last to go in the number 64 Ford Mustang GT3 Evo, the new car for this year. And the setup window has been opened up for that car, and it's really helped them here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. There's nothing much wrong with the car in all the other circuits around the world last year, but some tweaks, Ford Racing working with their customer teams. What would you like more of? What do we need to cut out? And with Christopher Haase now rolling off in the Scherer PHX Audi with the white wheels, making it look from a distance, and certainly from the helicopter shot, as if it's a Tamiya model on the Grand Prix circuit. Looks fantastic with those white wheels. Heading on the GP circuit at the moment. Johnny's got all the stats up and all the split times. There are 9 different splits here. The first 2 are on the Grand Prix circuit. So from split 3 onwards is where we get the cars onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And a huge difference in the lengths of those particular splits. So 3 minutes plus and 10 seconds. I mean, yeah, literally, it's the biggest split you'll ever see, biggest change you'll ever see in split times. So they're off now. This does not count as a timed lap, JP. This is effectively a warm-up lap.
That's right. And you have a choice, actually, at the end of the warm-up lap on the Grand Prix circuit. You can pit, but actually that immediately deletes one of your lap times, because the last thing the organisers necessarily want is for drivers to just continue to keep going around the Grand Prix circuit, as we saw in the top qualifying 2 sessions. So it is possible to enter the pit lane via the Grand Prix circuit at any point. There's also a rule about not taking any time longer than 14 minutes for this warm-up lap, and that's to make sure that everyone's not, or certain cars aren't going very, very slowly. So you have a minimum time that you, or maximum time that you must be beneath on this installation lap. Nobody's going to want to do that, though, because they're desperate to try and get warmth in the tyres, warmth in the brakes as well. Actually, the tyres might have a chance to cool down a little bit when you're going down the Dottinger Roar, and that's when you hit the start-finish straight, precisely where you want the heat in different tyres, don't forget, from this variety of cars as well. Braking for the Haug hook.
Thank you, Tim Gray. Condor Airlines was the green stripe one. Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Hello to Kevin Swindley, who's dividing his time between his favourite UK track. He's at Alton Park in Cheshire, and his favourite European track. Alton Park's a mini Nordschleife, isn't it?
It can be called that at times. Yeah, that and Cadwell Park.
Oh, Cadwell. Oof.
Cadwell's the mini Nordschleife, the mini Nürburgring for sure. But yeah, sections of Alton Park. It used to be tree-lined, though, far more than it is now in the past.
Before we get into the fast laps as they're warming up tyres, getting them up to pressure, warming up brakes. Hello to Touring Car Magazine. RSL_studio, hashtag 24H NBR, or RSL N24, actually. Is there anything better than watching Nürburgring quali on a school day? Not a bad week. In other F1-related GT news, Zach Brown and McLaren was at Croft with a Ferrari GT2 and a McLaren GT3 for just a bit of fun this week, shaking them down. Thanks, Mick. Hello to Loyalty and to Jesse, 10 p.m. in his area of Australia, Dave Alcock. Great format, he loves this. And hello to Jim Javlis, thank you for your kind words. And we've got some special guests in our overnight at the weekend. Arjuna Kankapati and Peter Mackay will be joining the crew for some darkness chat. The Nürburgring 24 after hours. Just get a bit like that. There was one year when I think I threw it open to you as our audience and just said, you tell me what we want to talk about.
Yeah.
And sat here and bounced off the audience for 3.5, 4 hours. At RSL_studio, Pacers, thank you. Who's that? Steve Tarrant. Hello, mate. Sai is watching at midnight from New Zealand. Best weekend of the year for GT racing. Pacers, David Walter's got that one as well. No prizes for that, but thank you, because that would have woken me up in the middle of the night when I remember what they were. They were basically flavoured plastic. Let's be honest, a lot of the chewy sweets of our youth, I'm sure they didn't do us any good at all and wouldn't be allowed nowadays. They had more E numbers in them than probably anything else. I bet there was not a single bit of what would now be called natural flavouring in them. Right, we're starting to get people coming towards the end of the Nürburgring. Nobody really giving us any clues at the moment, but there have been a couple of cars that have closed up rather closer than I expected to the car ahead of them. You are allowed to overtake, by the way, but Danny Hunkadeya is right up behind Thomas Preining. He's dropping away a little bit now. Preining weaving left and right on the Dottinger Hole, which is now in bright sunshine. I mean, don't. I'll tell you what, you can't. I don't think you can go for a banker on the first lap. I think you've got to really go for it here.
That's actually Fred Vervisch, I think, 67.
It was
waved off first, but he's allowed Thomas Preining
Preining's
through.
gone through. Yes, you're right.
Unless Vervisch has got a problem on this first lap, but it's weird because now there is a danger if Thomas Preining has a slight mistake here and there, that he's going to be right in the face of Fred Vervisch for this first flyer. So it's a strange thing to do. Right,
past us. There goes the Porsche. Downhill braking into turn one. Yeah, it is Vervisch. You're right, in the camouflage. Bundeswehr camouflage car. Listen to the crowd at the Haughook. Oh, tight on the apex curb there. That was very close to track limits, and all four Michelin tyres being across the white line. There goes the Danny Hunkadeya Mercedes AMG in the full Red Bull colours. He's got a decent gap in front of him, but not much behind. And now we're going to start looking at the lap times and the splits. Remember, first two splits are on the Grand Prix circuit. Then we're out onto the Hatzenbach, down the Sabine Schmitz curve first of all, then the Hatzenbach, and then climbing for quite a long time before you plunge through the Foxhole, through Adenauer Forest, and then basically then dropping all the way down to the bridge, over the main street at Adenauer, at Breitscheid, and then climbing again to the top of the Caracciolo Carousel, Hoacht, and then working your way back to where we are sitting here. Raffaele Macchiello crosses the line in last year's winning car with the honour, and it really is an honour here, and it's taken as such. The Rover BMW carries the number one.
And Raffaele Marciello has potentially got ahead of... No, Luca Engster did go through, as did Thomas Neubauer in the Red Bull team, Lambo and the Realised Kondo Racing Ferrari, respectively. So Raffaele Marciello cautious about who was around him. He's got a nice cushion, actually, ahead and behind in the Rover Racing BMW M4. So this is the same chassis that's being used elsewhere in the race for the M3 Touring, but in the more conventional GT3 look to it and shape. Remember that actually Rover were trying to get a couple of their cars into the session. The number 1 was already pre-qualified. The 99, though, had a difficulty in posting a quick enough time for Kelvin van der Linde. Therefore, it's just the one car, literally the number 1 car, that has made it into this session, having been pre-qualified. The 130 of Marco Mappelli's just crossed the line as well. That's the car that was driven by Nick Yellerly. Here it is. Bit of a squirm there going into Goodyear Kara. And meanwhile, here's the Ferrari of Thomas Neubauer heading out onto Hatzenbach for the first time.
Now, big commitment through Hatzenbach, 3rd and 4th gear corners. You can ride the curbs in some place, not others. Maro Engel's corner has been negotiated by the Ferrari, but only just. The left-hand side tyres perilously close to the edge of the curbs there. That's where Maro Engel went off. You can ride the curbs at the end of the Hatzenbach, but then through the next right and left, you have to stay away from the curbs. They're a little bit more harsh on the curb, on the car. Hello to Andrew Mather, who's tuned in, enjoying a nice soundtrack while going over his notes for some Shennington gearbox karting. Gregory says, will the race stream be offered through YouTube for the US racer who has it in the US? You can have audio free all the way around the world on RS1 at radiolemans.co or radio-show.co.uk. I believe Ford have got some onboard cameras via fordracing.com that you'll be able to get as well. We'll give you all the details. We'll tweet out all the details. How close to the edge? Very close to the edge for the Ferrari, running in the very striking yellow and blue. And in fact, the corner after what I'm now calling Maro Engel's elbow, there was dirt kicked up from the tyres.
Well, there is a tyre wall there deliberately, because that's often where a car can become a little loose, escape the confines of the racetrack, and certainly Thomas Neubauer was testing the outer limits of his door mirrors there. I don't think one of them was folded back. They kind of don't do that on a GT3 car. They could easily snap off and cause a problem for somebody in behind. That would have been Raffaele Marciello, who incidentally has just done the quickest Sector 3 time of pretty much anybody. Still got to see Frank Stippler through there in the 64 Ford Mustang, and Chris Haase, Shearer Sports Audi, which was the final car of the 12 to be waved off. So could we be waiting until that car does its second lap to be fully committed to the pole lap?
I think your point that you made before the cars rolled off, in fact, as they were coming to stack up at the start line, JP, was a good one. Full fuel loads for all these cars. So these are not a light, nimble qualifying spec. They might have rolled a tiny little bit of downforce off to get higher top speeds, but the car is going to be a tiny bit sluggish. So drive it like you stole it on the first lap, burn a bit of fuel off, but save the tyres for the second lap. Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Engineer. You know, that's your typical thing. You've got to get that compromise.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, where is it best? Actually, probably at the end of the first lap and the start of the second. But you're going to be actually straddling 2 laps. So you've got to find a good time in the first run where the tyres are going to be at their best. You were able to preheat the tyres before they were sent onto the start and finish line. You couldn't take active heaters with you, but they could be within blankets that had been plugged in until seconds before, and then you go out with your mechanics. On the limit again, though, Thomas Preining nearing Brunchen and Fransgarten, and towards the Schwabenschwanz area of the lap, where it's all about straight line speed. But this is the sector where you need that little bit of downforce and the ability to rotate the car as efficiently as possible.
Incredible as he came over the brow just before Brunchen, with the car four-wheel drifting to the left and absolutely placed perfectly, riding the curbs where he can. Beyond the curbs are some block paving in areas, and you can use that. It's quite flat. There's other curbs that stick up like a low brick wall. You can't use those. That just unsettles the cars. Coming down to the Stefan Beloff S's, super quick. Pick a straight line. And again, you're charging downhill here to a right-hander that is far trickier than it looks. It takes you across a little bridge, and then you're braking hard for the left-hander before the Kleiner carousel. That's where Grello is now, onto the concrete.
Marco Appelli, though, 3 seconds quicker than this Thomas Preining lap in one sector. That's sector 5. He's just done a 145.9, whereas the Grello Porsche 148.9.
Well, that Lamborghini came up the pace very, very quickly earlier on today, but it was still quicker on its second lap in the hands of Nick Yellerly. But of the sectors, of the 6 sectors, call it 7 sectors now that have been completed by the bulk of the field, 4 best sector times, including the longest one, belongs to that Red Bull Team App Lamborghini Huracan of Marco Appelli.
The longest one so far. He's going to do the 2.5-minute one.
Yes.
Yet, but we'll see how good the Lambo is in that gradient change and through the twisty-turny and not necessarily high grip stuff at Brunchen, Flansgott, Ice Curver, and then the run towards Schwabenschwanz as well. But here's Thomas Preining now at Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, the link road, up against us as close as you dare to the Arco barrier there to the right-hand side. He'll come across the line, surely to go quicker. Well, it will be quickest because he's the first car on the road, as we've learned, getting ahead of Fred Vervisch, and it's an 8:21.3.
Time is out there.
Time.
Right, there's time out there, albeit that is a heavy car. I don't think we're going to see an 8:08 then in this, which is the qualifying record. Straight through then for Winward, and Danny Hunkadea has gone. Now that's 8:18 and 8:19 for KCMG's David Pittard. So how hard are you pushing on that first lap? Now you've got to, whatever you've got left in the fast draw, Johnny Palmer, you've got to get out and throw it at the track. This is the time. The worst you can be is outside of row 6.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the furthest you're going to drop is 12th position. How about that lap from Luca Engstler, though, in another Lamborghini? This is the Red Bull Team Apt number 84, the car we didn't see in top qualifying 1. So it was a complete mystery as to what sort of time you might be able to do. 8:14.7, which is as quick as cars were going, SP9 cars were going at the end of standard qualifying 1 yesterday.
Yeah. Thomas
Neubauer in the Realized Kondo Racing Ferrari goes briefly second. And remember, he was well off the road at times through Hatzenbach in the 45.296. So he does at 8:17.3, but slotting in between the two, Raffaele Marciello in the BMW M4 at 8:16.4. Still Engstler with a 1.7 second advantage.
Still to come, Marco Appelli. Here he comes in the green and white, number 130, and goes to the top. Unsurprisingly, if you've been watching, 8:11.6. Hello. These guys at the latter end of the top 12 are throwing overhand next to come through.
The team due to be the 34. Yeah, he goes 8:18.2. That'll take him to 5th fastest for the Danish racer, and not that far back.
Conrad Racing to 2nd. So it's Lamborghini 1, 2 and 3, JP. At the moment, separated by 3 seconds. Then after that, it's the BMW of Rover Racing. We've still to get a couple of cars through to finish their first of 2 flying laps. Frank Stippler should be through in a moment. Did I just hear a Ford go through? I did not. I do like Richard, who said, I love that number of Ferrari, Duckham Oil's tribute livery. Well, I know exactly what you mean. Stippy's gone through. 8:28, more to come from that, I think. Now we're just waiting for Christopher Haase, who has managed to capture a couple of faster sectors, and it's the 2 longest sectors out there. How much has he taken from from the faster guys at the front of the field.
Well, it's going to be in the mix, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
To be purple through the most important sectors, and the third sector, Hatzenbach, Hohenrhein, Kittelbacher-Hohe, did that in 64 seconds, so that's there or thereabouts. Just got to get the entry now into Tiergarten correct, and it looks very stable on the brakes. There's this number 16 Audi from Scherer Sports PHX coming out of Hohenrhein to head across the line, and the Christopher Haase time will take him, waiting for it, and the control line takes him third for Audi. So that will split the Lamborghinis, but it is another V10 car, isn't it? 5.2 litre V10, exactly the same power plant in the Lamborghinis.
Stippy's time, actually, I got the wrong Ford. It's Vervisch who did the 8:28. Frank Stippler got a 14, and that's put him into 4th position. So it's 3 V10s mid-mounted and then a front-engined V8. I think Mapelli and Paul have... Oh, no, they haven't. Okay, fine. Just taking a bit of time to get through. Now, fast first sector, fast 2 first sectors, fastest 2 first sectors on the Nordschleife for Marco Mapelli. Not content with leading with an 8:11. Right now, he's looking at something about a sub 8:10. So maybe we will get close to that 8:08.
Yeah, even though it's 2 laps in of fuel burn, but perhaps an 8:08 is possible. Certainly closer to an 8:10 than we currently have. That would only be shaving a second and a half from it. But Maximilian Paul's lap in the Conrad Lamborghini, mightily impressive as well. So as things stand, it is a Lamborghini front row with not that far away, only half a second back, or 2.2 actually from the Mapelli time. Chris Haase in his Audi from Scherer Sport. Then, as you say, the best placed so far are the Ford Mustangs of Frank Stippler and Luca Engstler in another Lamborghini. 3 of them currently in the top 5 positions.
Incredible for the Raging Bulls. Now, Danny Hunkadea with fast times towards the end of his second lap currently. That number 3 AMG Mercedes GT3 sits in 9th position in the full Red Bull colour scheme. 8:18 is what he's got. He's going to need, I think you need a sub. You're going to need a sub 12 certainly to be on the front row. Possibly for first position, you might need a sub 10.
And although the sector times are fairly close, he's lost about a second compared to, well, Junkadere on this lap in the 5th sector. Keeping my eyes peeled for Preining's efforts, which will come through very shortly, actually, towards the end of the long sector 7. But I just don't think he's close enough to, well, the cars that are much higher up on the timing screen so far to being able to break into, let's say, the top 3 rows. So Mapelli from Maximilian Paul, Chris Haase and Frank Stippler is the order right now, with Thomas Preining in that balancing act of better weight of car, but the tyres aren't quite as good as they were on the first lap. And he's having to, he's a little bit offline there as well, working his way out of Brunchen. A big squirm, in fact, from the Manthey car.
Well, the theory coming from a number of teams, including the Aston guys, you press the tyre harder on lap 2 when the fuel lighter. And that Aston Martin is Nicky Team's. That was Nicky Team's first dry lap of the weekend.
Okay.
And they are now pushing. And Simon Strang, thank you for passing that on from the team. I mentioned Simon's son Finn Strang. Remember that name. Watch the karting results. He's doing very well indeed in British karting, and particularly for a young driver who effectively Simon's running him as his dad, not running with one of the fancy teams, and certainly not running with the fancy team budgets. So I'm watching you, Finn. I'm watching your times next time out. Mapelli's going quicker again here. There's a 10. There's definitely a 10, possibly a 9. I'm not sure there's an 8. But my goodness me, he's taken time again in the sectors that count out in the country. Here comes the 911, the Grello car, about to pass us from our right to our left, and the first one to complete 2 laps, and it is an 8:13, 9:39. So for the moment, Thomas Preining puts the Grello 911 of Manthey Racing into 3rd position. Can he hold on to the inside of row 2?
Here's Danny Juncadella as Fred Vervisch goes 7th fastest in the 67 Ford, but Juncadella will go 2nd fastest to split the 2 Hurricanes. It's an 8:12 on the nose pretty much from the Spaniard to put a Mercedes back on the front row as things stand, and that is the Verstappen racing car, the Team Verstappen racing car to the front row, but no longer, because Luca Engstler in another Lamborghini Huracan does an 8:11.123 to pip Marco Mappelli, who still has chance to finish this lap, remember. Here's Marco Mappelli on the Dottinger Hohe, and he is up comparatively to his teammate Engstler.
Neubauer up to the outside of the 2nd row with the yellow and blue Realize Condo Racing with Rinaldi, the number 45 car. I tell you what, it's an 11 for the front row. I thought a 12 might do it, and Juncadella puts the 12 in, but at the moment he's only on the inside of row 2. Who was that going through?
Marciello, 8th.
Ooh, okay. Rover Racing, last year's winners. Outside of row 4 at the moment. Who's still to complete?
Well, what about Mappelli? Because I still think he's got enough in hand to jump ahead of his teammate, switch sides on the front row, but it could very easily be a Red Bull team app. No, just falls short by not much at all. It's 0.3 of a second. So Luca Engstler in the 84 car, they've done barely any running in top qualifying. It's not decided yet, but Lamborghini look to be in a very good place.
It was a better lap than his first lap from Mappelli, and he captured 3 fastest sectors, but falls 3.5 tenths behind his teammate. Valkenhorst go through. Nicky Team improves his first lap time, but it's only a 15.2. That'll be the inside of row number 6. And is that everybody now?
Well, Maximilian Paul's just crossed the line in the Conrad Lamborghini, and he stays in 5th position.
Yeah.
Again, that was an improvement. Looking very good down the straight. The Dottinger Hohe gone purple through that final 2 sectors for Maximilian. But an 8:12.256. Yeah, he was close to Nicky Team, and I wonder whether he might have been picking up a bit of a turn from the Aston. Yeah.
Oh, we were missing... who's that?
Stippler.
That was Stippler. Where's Stippy gone to?
6th division. Again, it's an improvement for the Mustang, but only good enough for the outside of the
usually, JP, for these events, we didn't see anybody make any major mistakes. Nobody's clattered the barriers, and everybody improved on their 2nd lap. And that's not always the case here.
How high up is Christopher Haase going to get? Because he's quicker than anybody else through Sector 5, quicker than anybody else through Sector 7. The Audi's finding the pace in all of the very useful positions.
They were talking it down. They were saying, we haven't got the 1 lap pace. We might be all right on the longer run, but we need it wet as well. We're not got all the pace in the dry, but where will the Scherer Sport PHX Audi comes through now and crosses the line, goes to the inside of row number 2. 8 tenths of a second away from Paul, half a second from the front row, and 11.984, excuse me, and it doesn't put him on the front row by half a second. That's incredible. It's mid-engine V10s to the fore, 3 of them. Lamborghinis for the Red Bull team app, lock out the front row. Then the Scherer Sport PHX Audi Evo 2 of Christopher Haase, the number 16 car, will share row 2, subject to all the post-qualifying checks with the Windwards Verstappen Racing Mercedes, the number 3 car. Behind them, it's Ferrari and Lambo again. I mean, that tells you something about that number 3 AMG. That's the only front-engine car in the top 6.
Yeah, that's a good point, and you know, we never know whether the full speed is being able to be extracted by the relevant qualification drivers, because remember, it's a shared effort as well. That's been deliberately the case. If you were taking a car through top qualifying 1, 2 and 3, it had to be 3 different drivers, and how much do you risk leaving it late for not actually getting into top qualifying 3? But Frank Schnippler is quick in anything. He used to be quick in that very Audi, the Scherer Sport PHX car that's just gone 3rd, now part of the Haupt Racing Team program, though, for the Ford Mustangs. He finishing 7th fastest, but as you say, beyond that, the interloper is the Mercedes as the only front-engine car getting as high as 4th.
That's a good lap by Thomas now, not by the way, in the sole Ferrari. BMW showed us last year only having one shot at it, one car, one dog in the fight. It's enough. You only need one car to stand on the top step, and that's exactly what they did with that Rover BMW last year. They'll start from the inside of row 5. Manthey, nearly 3 seconds down on the pole time. Not sure they'll be happy with that.
They struggled on that second lap. I expected Preining to be in more control of that car, if you like, and that was nothing to do with his skill set. Just the car was moving around beneath him a bit too much. He pushed very hard on the opening lap, and I just wonder whether he would have ideally wanted a bit more tyre performance beneath him. Whether he'd spent the tyre by that point, difficult to say, but he was running up curbs. He was just a tad away from the odd racing line, and that cost him some time in that long 7th sector. So yes, 8th will be a disappointment as they celebrate 10 years of that paint scheme.
Well, I think that built very nicely. We've seen that part of top qualifying before with a dozen or so cars out on the circuit. But I actually rather like what we did in TQ1 and 2. The pre-qualifying algorithm is still something I'll be absolutely honest and say I have no clue how that is worked out. I just take what is on the paper in front of me, and thank goodness I don't have to properly explain it. It's presented to us by the time we get here, because it's from the early NLS rounds and from the qualifying weekend. Interesting to note, by the way, that the disqualification of the number 3 car from its win meant that that car wasn't pre-qualified. It would have been pre-qualified had it took that win.
Yes.
But all of its data was effectively gone. It's not that it was placed at the back or anything like that. It was taken out of the results.
Yes, and there was a document that was issued actually with these, what appear to be theoretical lap times, when you link the best sector times together from the same car. So, for instance, the 16 car got in with a lap time, and this is not on the same circuit because they used the Goodyear Schwanger for NLS races, which is only half of the Grand Prix track. But a 7 minutes 50.01 is the theoretical time. I don't think the Audi's ever actually done that lap time, but when you link them all together, it could.
So let's just run through what we've got. It's an all Red Bull team apt Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 front row, with the number 84 on pole position, which is the Red Bull livery car, and then the Pacers, the green and white car, number 130 in second. I'm going to get told off for saying that now, aren't I? Scherer Sport and Winward's Verstappen Racing for Audi and Mercedes, the 16 and the 3 on row 2. Ferrari and Lamborghini being the Condor Racing Machine, and the Franz Conrad number 7 car on the 3rd row of the grid. Christopher Haase doing Haase things. The Rabbit was off and running. Last man off the start line. Maybe got the best of the conditions with the sun being out a little bit longer. Maybe there was a tiny little bit more racing rubber, but he still had to pedal that car. Not in the first flush of youth, the car. Not talking about Chris there. But he brings it home to the inside of the front row, the second row, excuse me. Then that fabulous green, reflective green and white Marco Bappelli driven Lamborghini. Green and white Lamborghini, green hell. 63rd year of Lamborghini this year, is it? 53rd or 60th year? Fantastic. Joe Dunn's a huge Lambo fan, feeling good. Nice to be a see a win after the last year, the win at Spa. Another feather in the cap, and it is a front row lockout. How about Luca Engsler's time? 8:11.123 in the satin finish Red Bull livery, I noticed when I was alongside that car the other day. That's become a thing. Don't know what it does to the airflow of the car. You'd think you'd want it as slippery as possible. Well, I presume they've factored all that in. Luca Engsler then takes pole position for the 54th ADAC RAVENOL 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Lamborghini, Audi, Mercedes, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Ford, Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Aston Martin and Ford Mustang. Those are the top 12. The rest of the 160 starters that we think we're going to have for tomorrow are locked in from the earlier sessions. That's close, you know, at the top of the field, JP. Half of that field is within 2.5 seconds, and the top 6 are within 1.1 seconds. That's nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, and there's a gap of, what, 21 thousandths between the Danny Juncadella time and Chris Haase. That's how much, I mean, they both end up on the second row, but Haase switching sides to the tune of just 200ths, and then the gap between Neubauer in his Ferrari and the third of the Lamborghinis of Maximilian Paul was only 3.5 hundredths. So really small margins when you drill down into the data further back. And Thomas Preining only just missed out on 7th place by a couple of tenths as well. The thing is, that's one lap. You know, we're basing this on one lap. What are they going to be like over 8 laps as the fuel's burned off, the tyre wear, all very different cars. The idea of the balance of performance is to try and equalise the field across each and every stint, but it just doesn't fall like that sometimes.
A couple of people asking on @RSL_studio using the hashtag RSLN24, how easy or difficult is it to get to the Nürburgring from, say, the UK? Hello, the UK. Where it is, what, middle of the afternoon, isn't it? Oh, coming up on 22 minutes past 1, British summertime. You've got a couple of choices with where you could fly to and then pick up a hire car, but to be honest, you drive. You go across the channel in whichever your preferred way is. Our travel partners' first tickets sorted us out through Eurotunnel, and it's a pretty easy... Well, you caught a load of traffic when you came down.
We were unlucky, but
5.25, 5.5. Yeah, round Brussels, you can go that way, or you can go a slightly more southern route, Lille and Mons, and then Liège, and then drop down. It's not a bad run. There's no toll charges on those highways, those motorways, and a number of different ways you can cut across to the track itself. A doable race from the UK and from most of Europe. From the UK, it's not that much different. Maybe an hour longer from the channel ports than it is down to Le Mans. But what you lose in time, you're saving your peage fees because there are none, and there's plenty of places around here to stay. Even with a big crowd like this, might have to go 20 minutes, half an hour from the track, but you can do that. So, JP, wrapping up what we've seen, the grid is set. There's a warm-up tomorrow morning, which we will have coverage for you for this year. Coming up this afternoon, we have the DHL M race, the classic cars, effectively, which comes up a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll have that on the English World feed as well. Your thoughts about what we've seen so far and the qualifying system slightly tweaked for this year and the grid as it stands, particularly at the sharp end?
Well, I really enjoyed top qualifying 1 with nearly 50 cars circulating all
that was a good
once,
addition.
and trying to find the track space here and there, because that was the other jeopardy, was, you know, would you be plunged into traffic? Might you have to drive through a yellow flag or even worse, a code 60 zone on one of your laps? And 30 minutes disappears so quickly around this place when you're trying to time your to run to perfection. The Lamborghinis looked pretty quick at that phase of the day, and for Red Bull Team Apt to lock out the front row is an impressive result. The other thing to think about, though, that it's not unknown for the balance of performance numbers to be looked at overnight. And
there was a little tweak today, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was another sheet that came out for today. Yes, I didn't have the time actually to note all of the adjustments, but they were minor. Porsche and Ford, a better balance of performance?
Yes.
Okay.
They got a slightly bigger restrictor.
Yeah. And there's always games being played, I think, particularly in top qualifying 3, where there are only 12 cars, so there's very few places you can actually hide. And Lamborghini have thought, well, you know, we got a quick car, let's actually not hide our light under a bushel and just go for it. And 0.3 of a second separated the two of them. They've ended up being half a second faster than anybody else. Is that going to put them at a disadvantage when we get to the race tomorrow? We'll just have to wait and see. But there's not many Audis that will be able to compete for the race win for fans of the Four Rings. But it is good to see that, as you made the point, fairly aged car now still being pedalled very quickly by Christopher Haase to third position. There's a massive story in the fact that we have Max Verstappen as part of the Mercedes lineup in car number 3, and they're well in the hunt thanks to Danny Juncadea's lap time of an 8:12 to put that car in 4th place. And then there are others. There are other cars that didn't make the top 12, and who's to say the win's not going to come from a car that starts a bit further back in 15th, let's say?
Well, the other Windward car, the other Windward Run car,
80, yeah,
which is the number 80 car, that's going to start in 20th, outside of the 10th row, which is only halfway down the SP9 field, by the way, or it is halfway down the SP9 field or thereabouts. That car's not out of it.
No,
and Maro Engel,
a
chastened Maro Engel after not getting through to get both cars through to top qualifying. That's going to be a car. Would you start Maro in the race? Put him back on the horse that kicked him?
That's not a bad approach. He would often be a starting driver in a race like this. So just, say, mate, you know, it can happen to the best of us. Put him back in and wipe the memory of that incident on Hatzenbach as early as possible. But the other drivers in that car, Lucas Stoltz, Fabian Schiller, and Maxime Martin, who has been storming around this place in a variety of different manufacturer cars. He's now at home with AMG. They'll be in the race, and they'll be a contender.
So a brilliant top qualifying 3, slightly tweaked the situation for this year. Cars being waved off at 20-second intervals, 2 laps, full tanks, new tyres, racing for pole position and the honour of having your name on the Glickenhaus trophy. And as they went off, it was HRT Ford Racing and Fred Vervish who led them away. But he either slowed down on the warm-up lap, or Thomas Preining decided he wanted to go first, because it was Grello 911 that came round to start the first flying lap first.
And a good start from Preining, actually, although it was not as good as Marco Mappelli in the number 130 Red Bull Apt Lamborghini. The Lambos had looked very, very fast in the previous session when Nick Yellerly took it to the top of the times. It didn't matter on that occasion, but then we reached top qualifying 3 for these 12 cars, and the high fives began when Danny Juncadea crossed the line. But then the Lamborghini Huracans had their moment, and there is Luca Engstler, perhaps in the less fancied of the 2 Lamborghini Huracans. 84 had barely done any laps in top qualifying 1. They didn't have to, as per the regulations, and they decided actually to park that car up for the majority. It was quick, straight out of the box though, at 84 in the classic Red Bull colours, alongside the 130 car in the sister machine. So that is a dominant statement from the Raging Bull outfit, but Audi not that far away, nor Mercedes with their number 3 Winwood Verstappen racing car.
And is it another year that a Singleton manufacturer entry could be there or thereabouts? Ferrari's up there as well. We're back tomorrow for warm-up. Bye-bye.